So now I go to the presentation because that's important. I have to, what was I going to set that up just as, might want to put screen on the contemporary, because you don't want to see my Max patch. That's really elegant. But now I'll go into my presentation for this. All right. No, it's not the one, because I realised it's this one. Okay. Now we're good. And there we go. All right. So my name is Majella Clarke, and my presentation today is about expanding the practice of conducting through technologies for new musical aesthetics. And I'm a conductor, I'm an oboist, a sound artist, and more recently with an intention to look and add to my practice through artistic research, and a huge fan of experimentalism in music. Today's outline is I want to talk about how music is changing. I want to present my research problem with a research question. I want to talk about post-phenomenology because I think there's a space for unpacking what we just saw and the many other techniques for expanding conducting practice through the lens of post-phenomenology. Then I want to present the framework that I'm working on for expanding conducting practice, a series of techniques and dimensions for which we can explore to expand the practice of conducting. And then I want to present the experiments that I will do in the laboratory sessions today, experiments for new musical aesthetics. So why expand conducting practice? For over 2 centuries, conducting has largely been understood through a relatively stable relationship. A score is written by a composer. The conductor interprets the score. An ensemble realises it. An ensemble can be a choir, a performer, an orchestra, or a combination of these. Conducting functions as a practice of coordination of musical interpretation, yet almost every other aspect of musical practice has recently transformed dramatically. Our model of conducting, therefore, has remained remarkably stable, and you'll hear me say this many times today. But you see, music is changing. Contemporary music practice is increasingly unfolding through relationships with algorithms, sensors, interactive systems, machine learning, live electronics, and generative environments. Composition has changed, performance has changed, improvisation has changed, yet our conceptualization of conducting often remains remarkably stable. My argument is not that traditional conducting is obsolete, nor is that technology should simply be added to conducting practice. Rather, there appears to be a growing gap between inherited concepts of conducting and the conditions under which much contemporary music is now created and performed. This raises the question, how might we understand conducting when gesture, sound, and musical agency become entangled with contemporary technologies? When reflecting on this question, I was fortunate enough to come across Music 2.0 by artistic researcher Paweł de Assis. This is his framework here. Paweł de Assis frames a contemporary music, and he presents the term Music 2.0, characterising a shift from historical, notation-centric musical regimes towards pluralistic, inclusive, practice-driven modes of aesthetic and epistemic production. To quote Paweł de Assis, the musician of the future will have to deal with critical questions: how to rethink music in the digital age, how to develop creative musical practices that cope with the conditions and affordances of contemporary society. What is the role and function of a musician today? The unfolding revolution has been precisely described and profoundly analysed by Manuel Castells, who contends that, to quote, that around the end of the second millennium, a number of major social, technological, economic, and cultural transformations came together to give rise to a new form of society. a network society. And so in this particular context, I see that traditional conducting has certainly got its origins over the last few centuries of interpretation, coordination, control, and realization. But there's a new opening for conducting, contemporary, that explores emergence, interactive, generative, adaptive, and distributed ways of engaging with musicians, music, and a practice of conducting. My research problem. Contemporary music practices are currently being transformed by digital technologies and AI systems. While many instrumental and compositional practices have expanded in response to these developments, conducting has largely remained hierarchical and directive practice. As a result, it lacks a compositional and performative framework for engaging with these emerging systems. This creates an opportunity to explore new ways of making music with and through the conductor. The research begins with a simple question. What forms of conducting emerge when gesture, sound, and musical agency become entangled with contemporary technologies? Rather than asking how technology can be adapted to conducting, I'm interested in whether our existing concepts of conducting are still sufficient for understanding contemporary musical practices. As AI and interactive systems and technological augmentation increasingly influence composition and performance, they also reshape how music is perceived, generated, and experienced. This raises a broader question. What new musical aesthetic possibilities emerge, and ultimately, what might the 21st century conductor look like, sound like, and feel like? Conducting is often discussed as a communicative practice. A conductor gives information, performers respond, but before conducting is communication, it is an embodied action, starting with the embodiment through and with the oral imagination of the conductor. Conductors listen, they anticipate, they shape, react with music through movement. Gesture is not simply representation. Gesture is a way of engaging with sound. Over the past few decades, digital networks, artificial intelligence, automation, and emerging technologies have transformed how we communicate, create, and understand the world. As Manuel Castells argues, these developments have contributed to the emergence of a network society in which relationships, interactions, and processes increasingly take precedence over fixed structures and hierarchies. At the same time, traditional distinctions between human and machine, natural and artificial, individual and the collective have become increasingly blurred. Technologies are no longer simply external tools. They actively shape how we perceive, act, and create knowledge and relate to one another. This transformation invites us to reconsider established practices, including music making and conducting, and to ask how artistic experience changes when human action becomes entangled with technological systems. Therefore, we must ask the question, how do technologies reshape our ways of perceiving and acting in the world? Post-phenomenology asks a simple question, particularly the researcher Don ID is the founder of post-phenomenology. How do technologies reshape our ways of perceiving and acting in the world? Technologies are not merely tools, they participate in the experience. If conducting is an embodied practice of listening and action, then sensors, algorithms, AI systems, live electronics, and interactive interfaces may transform practice itself. An AI baton. This is the central claim of my research. The question is not how technology can be added to conducting. The question is how conducting changes when new technological relationships emerge between bodies, sound, system, and forms of musical agency. Through artistic research, recurring strategies began to emerge across multiple projects. Rather than representing isolated techniques, they can be understood as three broad categories and domains through which conducting practice can expand. Some strategies reshape the conducting body, maybe like water. Some transform gesture into new forms, and some redistribute musical agency. Together they form a framework that I've been working on for understanding how we can expand the practice of conducting. The significance of this research lies in addressing a gap between contemporary musical practices and our inherent understanding of conducting. While composition and performance have increasingly engaged with artificial intelligence, interactive systems, live modes of interpretation, and coordination developed in early musical contexts, this research asks what forms of conducting emerge when gesture, sound, musical agency become entangled with contemporary technologies. By exploring this question through artistic practice and experimentation, the research proposes a framework for understanding how conducting can expand beyond directing performers to become a site of sonic generation, transformation, interaction, and distributed agency, opening possibilities for new musical aesthetics and experiences. So, over the next 20 minutes or so, I'm going to take us through different techniques for expanding conducting practice. So I've summarised it in this table here. And you can see we have the perceptual embodied dimension, organisational and social dimension, and technological and transformation dimension. And I'll talk very specifically about these different techniques. And if I can, I will provide some examples that are embedded in this PowerPoint. So let's start off with amplification. Amplification considers how the conductor's gesture, presence, and embodied sound may be intensified beyond its traditional acoustic and visual limits. Conducting is a visual coordination of music. Conducting has historically relied on silent, visible gestures. In this expanded performance context, we ask what happens when gesture becomes audible and spatially extended. Does amplification increase or shift authority? Does the ensemble respond differently when gesture becomes sound? The conductor's presence also becomes distributed through acoustic space. Arguably, this transforms the authority, which is no longer exclusive to visual coordination of music, but it is experienced through seeing and hearing. Amplification, therefore, does not simply increase perceptibility. It reconfigures it, producing new modes of attention in which performers and audience encounter the conductor simultaneously as a visual, sonic, and embodied agent. In this particular example here, we have a contact mic on a baton that I've made with little wires on it. And I put the contact mic in there, and I hook it up to Ableton Live, and I make an amplification of the contact mic running against the wood and the wire. And then I add maybe things like echo, delay, reverb into that. You can do a lot of things with Ableton these days. And so this is an example of how I work with amplification. This is an example of a score that I got inspired by. When I saw this, I was like, oh my goodness, I have to write. I love this satellite picture, actually. And I thought, oh my goodness, this is how I feel sometimes when I see the amplification of conducting. That's like, there's these waves that come out and really amplify the movement. And so I thought, I need to work with this score. So I have. There's a performance this week. I hope you don't mind if I do a little sales pitch here, but I will say that my composition Sonic Interferometry for Amplified Conducting Baton and Alto Flute will be performed in Bled, and it'll be on Wednesday, June the 24th at the 16:30 concert for Precept, Concept, Percept. So you're all very, very welcome to that. Let's talk about augmentation. While augmentation can take on multiple different forms, in this particular project, we focus on augmentation of the conducting baton, exploring how technology can sonify and enhance the conducting baton. Unlike amplification, which was about expanding the intensity of sound outwards, augmentation integrates or embeds systems into the practice of conducting. In my case, I have used sensors attached to the conducting baton to sonify gesture through neural audio synthesis. This is an example of neural audio synthesis. It's a practicable instrument. It repeats as long as I repeat the gesture, and it can create loops. I can go very sophisticated in this, of course. I can make chords, if I can find it. Yeah, there you go. There's some nice chords for everyone. And so we do this through what's called a real-time variational autoencoder model. Now, I promised I wouldn't get technical in this discussion, and I promise I won't. That's about as technical as it gets. But it's a form of neural audio synthesis, artificial intelligence in sound, where you can train and map and technically turn the conducting baton into a practicable instrument. Sonic augmentation using AI, sensor, and tracking technologies changes the agency of the conductor within the ensemble, as now the conductor becomes an audible performer, no longer requiring the visual attention of performers, and the performers sense the conductor through sonic gesture feedback loop. Augmentation challenges us to reconsider the ensemble hierarchy and ask, does augmentation expand a conductor's role within an ensemble, or does it impose new constraints? This is something that I hope to explore a lot more in my experiments over the coming year. And today you will see for yourself in the lab that there is a shift in agency when we use sound and the conductor becomes a performer. There's a redistribution of that agency within the hierarchy of the ensemble. It's very interesting. I'm just going to just quickly present. I am in the middle of a project where I'd like to explore the many different facets of augmentation. And I thought, all right, how do I compose for it? And I took one of the movements from Stravinsky's Rite of Spring. I'm fascinated with the Stravinsky's Rite of Spring, and let me tell you why. If we go back into 20th century conducting, this is a work that changed everything for conductors. It became the work where technique was indisputably required. You had to have clear conducting technique to keep the orchestra together. And it took them weeks to get their world premiere together too. So I come back to this foundation, this pivotal repertoire for conductors quite often as I expand the practice, because I feel like there's something in there. And I also really enjoy Stravinsky's Poetics of Music. Well, I thought, how would I score for my new instrument? If I'm going to make conducting practice on par with the performer, I need to figure out how to score for it. So I've been exploring different scoring materialities and methods. This one, for conductors in the room, you might even recognize this particular scoring technique. It's developed by Boulez many years ago. And so I thought, all right, let me take Boulez's scoring, and then, of course, the time signatures are taken from an excerpt from the Rite of Spring. Then I started thinking, yeah, but, you know, conducting's more than time signature beating. Even in contemporary music, it's about energy, conveying energy. How would I represent the conveying of energy? And I started putting, it doesn't turn out very well here, I realise, but there's colours, there's these little lines that are, for example, there's one there, these colours. And what I did was I used Plutchik's colour wheel, and I coded them in to Laban's eight efforts. Now, Laban is a choreographer and very influential in the choreography world. And Laban gave these 8 efforts of energy, of moving. You know, you have dabbing, you have, drifting, these particular energies are of particular interest to me. And so I color-coded them, and they're actually in the original score. They didn't come out here. But it gives the energy for how each beat is meant to be performed. And so that's one example of how I might score for a sonic baton or an amplified baton, or even just a graphic score without a baton. Okay, so I'll just skip over into our next one. Now, extension of practice. Now, in the instrumental world, we all are familiar with extended techniques. Extension asks the vocabulary of conducting might expand beyond traditional beat patterns and codified gesture, and has been an area of focus for composers wanting to extend the function of the conductor since the 1960s. If traditional and contemporary conducting practice is founded through clarity and efficiency, extension introduces ambiguity, spatiality, choreography, and an extension of the gestural body language. This may involve graphic scores, light-based cueing systems, or movement through space. The conductor's body becomes not only a timekeeper, but a spatial and choreographical actor. Extension destabilizes the semiotics of conducting. When gesture no longer corresponds to conventional meter patterns, performers must negotiate meaning differently. In the case of spherical harmonics, which we will view next, we ask how much ambiguity can an ensemble sustain? At what point does expanded gesture become performative rather than directive? And who is really leading? So I guess... So that's an excerpt from my performance, Spherical Harmonics, with Peter Østergaard on the guitar. We had the live electronics set up, we've got the sensors on the baton. During the experimentation process, there was no score. And I said, this is not conducting. And he'd be improvising on his guitar, and I'm like, oh my goodness, this is lying about conducting. I can't call this conducting, even with sensors on the instrument. And I realized at that point how important scores are to conductors. It doesn't matter what the score looks like, but we need to have something there that mediates and drives our motivation to perform. And so that's when this score, as you can see, this is an example of a spherical harmonic. And that is my score. That is what I'm tracing. And since this particular performance, I've been working with sculpture, tracing sculptures and visual to score the music. And it creates a space on where I place my gesture. Okay, so that is an example of extended practice in conducting. Moving on to improvisation. Improvisation repositions the conductor from interpreter of fixed material to participant in real-time creation. Instead of realizing a predetermined structure, the conductor may generate form, influence harmonic direction, or alter temporal flow collaboratively with performers. In these contexts, conducting becomes an improvisational practice where gesture, signals, and structured cueing systems function as compositional tools that unfold in performance. Several established improvisational conducting systems demonstrate that this can operate in the practice. I refer to a composer who is at the Bled Contemporary Festival that has actually embedded this particular technique into their composition. So Hugo Sano Mani's composition will use improvisation through the conductor and will be premiered at the festival this week on Wednesday evening at 8:30 p.m. But to give you an idea of what is possible when we improvise, I'd like to play another excerpt. So we see there that we're able to get cross-pitch mimicry, which is an improvisational technique. And this was a performance that was done with myself and Adele Zhang on the cello 2 years ago. Techniques for expanding, translation. Musical materials move between modes, media, and context, generating new meanings and new forms of performance. The opening performance that I presented today, From Conducting Water, was seemingly simple gesture lies. Behind this particularly simple composition is a very complex network of translations across media and modes of musical practice. The work begins as an electroacoustic composition, actually developed in Super Collider. That was those very stable sounds that you heard in the audio that were not from the baton. And so in Super Collider, these materials are translated into performance with the sonic baton. The video media is translated the video media is translated also in this space here. You can see me playing on a magnetic resonator piano. It's after the words birds. And it's got its own score, Conducting Water. Now, why am I telling all of this? Because all of this is the sound and dataset album on this baton. So it's very important that, what's on the baton is actually a series of performances, an assemblage of performances. I was recording out in Iceland in the summer last year, so you can see those recordings. Like you don't get to hear them, they're hours long. Because that's the kind of data that we need to train a model for this type of data set. Then there's the Super Collider here, and I've really I've been trying to see if I can train pitches into my baton so that I can map them and I know where they are. So it's really quite like playing a new instrument there. So those are the Super Collider, and they're pitched around A, B, D, and E. And I thought to myself, I will use these 4 pitches for the next year or so to train lots of data sets and see what I can get from that. And then, of course, how do we score all of these things? And so when I was doing the magnetic resonator data set, originally I just did scales, and I thought, oh my goodness, this is so boring. I've got to make the data sets interesting, otherwise nobody's going to pay attention, right? So I came up with this Conducting Water. I just had the video over from a frog's eye view, and I was over a little pond in Iceland, and I just waved my hands like this. And this became the score, which I reinterpreted and improvised on the magnetic resonator piano. And then that resonator piano data set becomes part of the sonic baton's material. Okay, so there's a lot of translation that can go behind artificial intelligence, and then how do we bring that into the practice of conducting? And here is a point where I would say I like this diagram because it really helps understand the complexities here. We have live performance, we have audio, we have visual scores. It's interesting, we go into a very heavily coded environment as well. In this, I would say that I am performer, I am ensemble, I am composer, I am improviser, I am conductor. 5 functions in one performance. And I think this is really owing to the complexities of our technology of our time. So translations are very interesting. Translations between media can be very interesting technique to explore. Now I go to transduction. In this context, transduction refers to the transformation of conducting gesture through physical movement into visual and sonic forms. Through the sonic baton, gesture data is captured and processed with the ENX interface developed by ICAM, and it's an interface that visualizes the movements of the conductor. Okay, gesture is no longer confined to directing performers. It becomes a dynamic material that can be seen and heard and transformed. Through transduction, conducting expands beyond representation and enters a multimodal environment where movement generates new perceptual and music experiences. And here I give an example of this. And you can see I'm drawing there. So that's the ENX interface. C-Memels data set. Okay. Subversion, everyone's favourite. Subversion challenges the inherited assumptions of conducting by disrupting established relationships between gesture, authority, and musical outcome. In this example, 3 performers each hold a sonic baton, creating a situation in the role of the conductor becomes very ambiguous. Their gestures may be understood as conducting, listening, sensing, or interacting with sound, yet no single performer occupies a clearly defined position of control. Rather than coordinating an ensemble from the central authority, the performers collectively negotiate a shared sonic environment. The authority, traditionally associated with conducting, is deliberately destabilized, shifting attention from control and coordination towards exploration, negotiation, and shared agency. The result is a practice that questions not only how conducting is performed, but also what conducting can be. Through this subversion of traditional conducting roles, the work opens a space for alternative forms of interaction, agency, and musical organisation. Can you see who's playing who? Now we go to distributed agency, which I think is very, very interesting. Distributed agency emerges when musical decision-making is shared across performers, technologies, and systems, rather than being concentrated in a single conductor. In this work, I simultaneously occupy 2 conducting roles. This work is by Juan Bermudez, and it's called Through Stillness I Found Death. And it's scored for sonic baton and string orchestra. With my left hand, I employ traditional conducting gestures to coordinate and shape the ensemble. With my right hand, I use a sonic baton to navigate a graphic score and that triggers and directs a series of musical modules. The string players are given defined materials, yet retain agency over the duration of their outcomes and their participation, and the moment at which they choose to leave a module. Musical outcomes, therefore, arise through an ongoing negotiation between conductor, performers, and the technological system. Rather than exercising absolute control, the conductor becomes one participant within a broader network of interacting agencies. So, we've seen a little bit what AI does to conducting, but what does AI do to music? The most significant impact of AI is not that it produces musical material. Music technologies have generated musical material for decades. The most profound shift is that AI participates in decision-making processes that were previously considered uniquely human. My experiments have shown that when the conductor's gesture is sonified and algorithmically processed with various technologies, the phenomenological conditions of conducting are altered. In this case, the conducting is not just coordinating music via gesture, but the practice expands via technologies that sonify gesture because the conductor is now operating as an audible performer within the ensemble. And this transforms the interaction and perception of the conductor between the other performers and the audience. Therefore, conducting technique is not the only aspect of the practice that is being transformed, but also the embodied and perceptual experience of conducting that is expanded. I debated on whether I would show this particular slide. It's a framework that I developed because a lot of people have been saying, you work with AI? You work with AI in music? Oh my goodness, this is the big no of the century, so to say. Not everyone understands that artistic expression can be experienced with artificial intelligence, and many misconceptions do exist. I would argue that expansion of practice through AI for conducting and for other instruments can perform within artistic expression. So let me take a moment and explain this framework, this AI agency and creativity framework that I've developed. So on the bottom here, we have to imagine that, we have an intersection of axis between human perceived creativity and agency or intention. We can interchange both. They're not the same. Agency is not intention, but we can use them interchangeably in this framework. So down here, low perceived human creativity. This is stuff that is machine-like. We don't think it's very creative. On the top, high human perceived creativity. We get excited about this stuff. It's novel and it's original. On the left here, we have a situation where there's no agency or limited intention. We're not affecting the system very much. And on the right there, we've got full agency and intention. Now, when we have no agency, limited intention, and low perceived human creativity, I like to call this quadrant automated mimicry. It's just runs by itself. Okay, a lot of people might say this is where Suno belongs, somewhere down here. Maybe over there, a little bit towards engineered production. So when we start to exercise our intention, but it's still low perceived human creativity, we do get this quadrant, engineered production. Going up though, we might not have a lot of agency and intention, but there's a high perceived human creativity. I call this accidental artistry. Accidents happen and maybe machines can be creative or perceived as creative. Okay, but I've seen a lot of artists and non-artists work with accidental artistry. It's fascinating, okay? And then I do believe when we exercise our full agency with machines, our full intention that can be realised, and we have a high level of perceived human creativity, this is artistic expression. We can be creative with artificial intelligence. We can retain the pride of being artists when we employ artificial intelligence. And we just have to understand there's many different neural networks out there, many. So, there is a space to be explored in that quadrant, and I will just go on. So, conducting. When AI and interactive systems enter musical practice, the most significant change is not simply the production of musical material. Rather, these systems create conditions for new forms of musical experience. Musical outcomes become less fixed. Relationships become more dynamic. Agency becomes distributed. Performance becomes increasingly emergent. In this sense, technological entanglements do not simply change how music is made. They begin to generate new musical aesthetics. My experiments have shown that when the conductor's gesture is sonified and algorithmically processed with various technologies, the phenomenological conditions of conducting are altered. In this case, the conducting is not just coordinating music via gesture, but the practice expands via technologies that sonify gesture because the conductor is now operating as an audible performer and a performer within the ensemble. Therefore, conducting technique is not the only aspect of practice that is transformed, but it's also the embodied and the perceptual experience of conducting that is expanded. Now, I just present now a few of the experiments that will be happening in the lab today to really explore this expansion. The first experiment is conducting as an audible practice, and it asks the question, can conductor function as an audible rather than visual practice? It explores perception, embodiment, and amplification. And the aesthetic that I'm going for is hyper-attentive listening and acousmatic conducting. Here we have the audience, and the players face the audience as if I'm facing you. And then the conductor stands behind them and they conducts. First silently and then with sound, making the gestures. How do the players react? Conducting is an audible practice. That's going to be the first experiment. The second experiment looks at aesthetics of dominance, influence, and agencies. Does the ensemble begin responding to the system and sound rather than the conductor's gesture? And this is exploring emergence, distributed agencies, and machine-human chamber music. So we have the ensemble here, and I'll be working with different techniques, particularly with this baton where I can improvise. But is my improvisation, what is the more dominant effect? Is it the sound Is my sound more dominant in the improvisation, or is my gesture more dominant in the improvisation? And this is a very important thing to understand how we can affect the ensemble, and it could be a combination of both. But we see. It'll probably be different every time we try it. Experiment 3, conducting as presence and the proprioception of music. The aim is sensing presence as a mode of performing music. So musical rules will be given to the musicians, and they perform as they sense the conductor's position near them. They will be blindfolded, by the way. This explores the aesthetics of sensing. An additional audience member will be invited to join and make things interesting for our players. So when we sense something, proprioception is a very interesting sense for a conductor. You know, you sense the audience behind you as a conductor, but you don't see them. You know that they're there. You feel them. Okay, it's a strange energy, but it's a very, well, we like that energy, but our back gets it. It's very interesting when I go and face and I conduct. I have done this now many times in the experiments, and I've faced the audience, and there's a new energy that comes to conducting when we place our backs to the orchestra and we present ourselves to the audience as a conductor. So that's going to be another session. Finally, I return to Plato's allegory of the cave for experiment 4. What happens when performers encounter only representations of conducting gestures rather than the conducting body itself? Are performers following the conductor or the image of the conductor? It explores at what point does the representation become musical reality. I'll be using projections, and I will be standing behind the players again. They will not be blindfolded this time, but the projections will show my shadow. I go to Plato's allegory of the cave, if we just have a moment for it, is very interesting, one of my favourites. People are chained to the floor of the cave, only to see shadows cast on the wall. There's a fire in the background and people carrying objects that cast shadows. And all these chained people in the cave see are shadows. But one day someone goes out and they get out of the cave and they're able to run into the sunlight. They're enlightened with the sun. They live in a state of enlightenment. But of course, as they go back into the cave and tell their friends that are chained, you know, there's sun out there, people don't believe. And so it really goes to ask us, you know, there are appearances and there is reality. And I think that that's certainly an area where we might have a very nice philosophical discussion on conducting, because people are constantly questioning, what is the role of the conductor? What is the role of the conductor these days? Do you really need one? We see that many orchestras in Europe are, you know, they're not offering as many permanent positions for conductors. We see orchestras merging. So, you know, the question has come really to the forefront. What is the role of the conductor? What value are they adding to the orchestra musicians? And I think that it's a time for conductors to have a renaissance of philosophy in their practice. And that's why I put this Plato's cave as the final experiment. And so with that, can conducting share musical decision-making? Together we test whether these experiments explore we're able to explore almost the entire perceptual relations of conducting, that is, hearing, feeling, seeing, interpreting, and deciding. And with that, I'd like to say thank you and open for questions. Okay.
Any questions? Yes.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed your presentation.
Thank you.
So I guess my question is, you know, so a lot of these pieces, it's kind of like a sonification of gesture, right? And that's how that works. And I guess I wanted to talk about maybe like the affordances and maybe limitations as well of these movements, because I guess maybe a question I have is like, you know, if it's like a movement sensor and then that's a translation into a sound and then, you know, relates to ensemble, etc. You know, I mean, like, what does the movement of the conductor, as a very like conductorly movement, if you like, afford, as opposed to just like moving in any other way?
Yeah.
Because I mean, another thing as well is that, you know, I think the visuals are really important. Like, yeah. I mean, it's a very like, you know, kind of watching. I mean, the very first video actually, it was probably best in the trio, right, where you were kind of doing your conductily movements, whereas the other two weren't particularly. And yeah, so how do you find the kind of like affordances and limitations of conductily movements, if you like?
Thank you for that question, because I think it's a really important question, and that is, I use the word liminalities because I think that there's a grey area there. And I certainly hit a liminality when, I was just using the sensor wand and I didn't have the score. And I was like, there's no justification for me to do this. It's a magic wand, it's a sound stick, it is not conducting. And I felt that in my body. I was like, I'm not calling it conducting today. And that's when I realized I needed a score, because the score gave my gestures a purpose. And I found that was one of the reasons that I was able to call it conducting. Now, what was very interesting about the spherical harmonics was that the guitarist was behind me. He did not want to be conducted. Yeah. He's a good friend of mine, he's a composer, but he's like, I don't want to be conducted. I was like, okay, so I'm not going to conduct a performer. But then what am I going to conduct? It's an important question, and that's when the score became so central. When you add the score, then you've got a motive and you've got a reason for something. So the scoring is very critical. And if we think about this in our practice, first of all, the scoring is important. That's our connection with our practice. That's why we're needed. And I don't think that need has gone away. We might have different scores, but I think that that's there. What comes to the aesthetics, the visual aesthetics, this is an excellent question, and I hope my research does open this up, because if I stand here, with this, and I'm like, I'm sensing, this is not conducting for me. This is embarrassing, really. But if I'm creating a loop over and over again with my sonic baton, and then someone starts improvising on this, that's conducting. So I do think that our traditional practice is going to become very important, because it's a very personal liminality that we will hit first. We have to feel it in our body. If we don't feel it, if our senses are not developed enough and we don't feel it, I do think we're going to potentially destroy the practice if we push it too far and call it conducting, like what we saw, this is not a conducting gesture because it has no anchor and it has no reason. But I think conductors are very tied to having a reason, even if we don't direct someone. Yeah, but a good question.
Yeah, because I guess, there's this kind of follow-up, what's wrong with so-called destroying the practice? That seems like a really interesting boundary to go for, of being like, well, maybe it's not really conducting anymore, or, and what's, I don't know, what are the things to take from it?
Exactly.
And, I guess it's like maybe a really interesting, almost like outcome of your work would be to be like, I don't really know what a conductor is anymore.
Yeah.
And actually, that would be really cool.
Yeah, you do feel these thresholds do get crossed, because, I'm working with experimentation. So exactly like that, and then you're just like not conducting. But it's true, maybe there should be more openness and disclosure on, all right, I hit a liminality here and I exceeded it. Oh my gosh, don't do this. It's not conducting. Or it is. Maybe someone else perceives it as, could be interesting. But yeah, I think disclosure on what is, that when we hit that liminality, maybe we need to go into critical reflection. Why? Why do we feel that liminality has been hit? But thank you, it's a good question.
Thank you.
Who else?
Next to you?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. The presentation was really fascinating, and I have a sort of a more narrow follow-up question to what he was asking. And my question then is also, why the baton in particular? Because
good question. I love it.
As in, a little bit of it I hear is because it's coming from your, what you do, as in how you're trained and that kind of thing. But I was wondering, okay, why not with your hands or those sort of things?
I will tell you now. This is I will argue, this is the most culturally charged object in classical music. The most culturally charged object in classical music. And the reason why I say that is it encompasses what does it stand for? It stands for power. It stands for authority. It doesn't make it, well, this one makes a sound, but traditionally they don't make sound, but yet they're associated with the power and stewardship of classical music. So there's a reason why I do have this as a baton, that it's a culturally charged object that stands for something. If I just give this to a musician, they're like, oh, you know, this is the conductor's baton. I think that's the reason why I'm working with sonic batons. Yeah.
Yes, Majella, thank you very much for your presentation. And I have a couple of thoughts that may be kind of questions and thoughts at the same time. First, I was thinking about, I recently saw that how you spoke about how there are some extended ways of how to conduct and what people are trying. I saw one example when people try to combine conducting with sign language. And to incorporate really different things from sign language into conducting. And now I thought, but actually if you add to this sonic button, then you make this sign language to be heard.
Yeah.
And this way is that how you would feel about this combination, that because in certain way it is also sign language, and then if you actually even do some gestures of it and then to combine what it would give. And second, you spoke about this translation between different media and modes, etc. And I wonder why you chose this word translation, because actually it is a bit limited, because when we speak about translation, it is just some languages, human languages. Yeah. We don't translate somebody's poem into language of birds.
Yeah.
So that it is kind of, but when we speak about technologically, let's say we take Osia's course, which combines different multimedia, etc. They speak about mapping. So you have one parameter from one source hardware that from 0 to 1, and then you map it to a totally different parameter, totally different machine or performer or visual or conductor or whatever, and you have also you choose certain parameter or parameters, and then you map, you basically create correlation, this mapping from something what is not connected at all, or it is very different, or even when they combine different programming languages, they don't translate from one programming from C++ to Python or something like this, or as C, they don't translate it really. So just to make clear that if you choose the word translation, do you mean that there are some also kind of creative decisions how to do it? You try to, as opposed to just technically, there is one parameter or another, and this will be that. So it's to find something more indirect in it, or so just some thoughts about that.
I think that with translation, the meaning remains stable, the meaning, but the modes of expressing the meaning do not remain stable, and they are shifted and translated, so to say. That's the word. I'm open, because this is a very new framework. I'm just exploring, these words, so I'm not set on them. I'm very open to, thinking about it, and I'm sure that this framework is likely to evolve in the coming years as my research evolves. But at this stage, my basis for using the word translation was that the meaning is stable. Whether we are conducting in water and gesture, and then I trace it with a sound baton, and then it could be projected. The new score can be projected at the back as I draw it. That can happen. The meaning remains the same, or it's stable. It's stable. It doesn't remain the same because in translation it doesn't. That's the whole point. But it remains stable. And I think that's where I took that word as okay. The word transformation, I do believe that the work using the translation technique will go through a transformation. That's the most important part of that the transformation has to be something that is a criteria that is fulfilled for something to be in a translation between the different media. But I'm very open to other ideas of how people might also recommend it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have time for one quick question.
Yeah, thank you so much. This was really a super fascinating talk. I have loads of questions, but one of them happens to be a follow-up to your question about translation. I thought it was actually, it looked to me that it's the potential of the translation technique that it brings out new meaning. So I would maybe, of course, you can get more precise on the notion of meaning.
Yes.
But it seemed that if you're translating between loads of different media and also social functions, the interesting thing is that unexpected things happen, and that's also something that you could trace through like the history of translation. And maybe you can talk a bit about whether you see the job of the conductor even in its traditional way that it has been thought as something like a translator, right? Because you could say the conductor is a translator, interpreter of the score to the ensemble in practice.
Yeah, there is translation in the traditional practice of conducting. We translate, you know, I see the composer has an enriched oral imagination that they write down in a code, musical notation. And then we receive the code in the form of a score. And we re-embody that musical notation in our oral imagination, and we transmit it to the players through gesture. So I do think, yes, in the embodied sense, it definitely goes through also a series of transformations and translations. Yeah, that's a really nice perspective. And yeah, I think that this particular one, translation and emergence, I didn't present emergence today because I'm still thinking about it. But these two techniques, I can see that there's a space for really going much deeper into those philosophies and techniques and seeing what they mean for conducting. Yeah, but thank you.
Thank you.
Any final remarks from you?
No, thank you for your questions, and I'm very happy to have composers, if you want to write for the baton and other types of artificial intelligence and technologies in music for conductors. I'm very happy to, be a source of experimentation. So thank you very much.
Short pause, about 10 minutes before continuing with Simon's presentation.
Oh, where did this come from? Wait 1 second. Let's just, no, can you just leave it like this? Ah, okay, now we're there. There was a bit of like thing on top. Okay. Okay, well, thank you for being here. And I also want to thank everybody in the program. It's been a big pleasure to go through it. The title of my talk is La Brea Tar Pits, Los Angeles, Constellations of Music and Thought. And what I'm going to present is part of an ongoing project that involves both research built on my background in philosophy and the development of an ensemble composition. And because of this philosophy background, I'm mostly going to read. I hope you'll be fine, and I will play some music as well. Okay, writing in philosophy as well as in music happens at the very edge of our knowledge. It is the differentiating process of finding things out. The La Brea Tar Pits have become a useful focal point for this, a catalyst both for making music and thinking about what this process involves and how it relates to its surrounding contexts. This mode of investigation can be understood through the concept of the constellation. The tar pits are a sedimented history, a highly specific site that allows us to show contact points and through lines between recording, music, AI, industrialized culture, and its partly natural history. Now we listen to the first piece of music, which is just called Study 1. We hear monochromatic, abstract, shifting sound masses, voices stuttering and babbling in some automaton lingo, and a cello that switches between over and under pressure bowing, noise and hiss. Density of events over time varies between too many events and too few. Study 1 seeks a sound that partially veils its vocal or instrumental sources. A sound that can therefore no longer be clearly identified and that brings the mediating elements and processing steps to the forefront. Sounds are decomposed through processing and form new connections. Not all sounds can be traced, like in a disintegrating memory. The sounds are acousmatic. As we know since Pierre Schaeffer, this is a quality of any recording, but it is further emphasized here through a number of electronic manipulations of different intensity. The addition of an effect chain to the cello that can reduce its output and amplify its non-output to different levels of noise, the reshaping of a sample of electronic drums through granular synthesis, and the transformation of a synth into remodeled vocals. The voice sounds are made with the real-time audio variational encoder, RAVE, which is a machine learning-based tool for generation of raw audio by earcom. The sounds produced with such tools are sonic abstractions, sounds fashioned by science and technology. They reframe sounds of acoustic instruments, which themselves contain deep histories of refinement. Thus, across the horizontal axis of a piece of music, each sub-second slice of sound contains a temporal abyss. Unprocessed instrumental sound is confronted with the boundlessness of possibilities for its further processing. Processed sounds offer a sensory experience of the extra musical connections of the technology on which the processing is based. The procedures that make the sounds of Study 1 possible are very energy intensive, and this intensity, the spending of energy that has been built over long periods of time in short durations, so the spending happens in short durations, that is something that we can make audible through composition. This piece has developed from my work on the music for 2 separate films, and one actually premiered just last week in Chattanooga, Tennessee. It came together through improvisation and recording. Both I and the cellist Emily Wittbrod have played things without knowing exactly what we were looking for and without knowing they would ever end up in this particular combination. Emily plays 2 immediate overdubs over her improvised take. This is a form of auto-affection that requires a player to hear her earlier performance from the outside and react to it immediately. Listening to the recording and playing, touching the instrument are short-circuited. This succeeds because, on the one hand, one not only knows one's own playing, but in a way is one's own playing. On the other hand, one can listen to one's own output from the outside as an external heterogeneous entity of which one can be surprised and pulled forward, in a good case, that is. My interest in recording, improvisation, and the acousmatic has evolved by thinking it together with the theories of deconstruction and plasticity. The origins of sounds become overwritten by transformations that can radically alter them. Sounds are plastic in the sense that they contain the potential for change, but they resist arbitrary manipulation. Manipulations of sound are linked with the medium on which the sound is stored, and this makes a link between the plasticity of sounds and that of media and technology. Forms are shaped by accidents. Their future is hence not governed by a grounding principle, but fundamentally open, also for destruction. Currently, I'm interested in how my post-production oriented workflow can also be reversed in the translation of structure of an edited recording into a composition for live ensemble. And for this step, I'm now starting to study also the possibilities of notation. I now want to introduce the real-world focus of my project, the La Brea tar pits in Los Angeles. These pits, in these pits, raw asphalt rises to the Earth's surface. Fossils are recovered from the black mass. The tar pits are a geological memory device, a reservoir of informational traces of former time. Via their mnemonic nature, I connect the tar pits to physiological and technological forms of data storage and processing. The tar pits are a phenomenon fallen out of time, which I investigate to reflect problems of the contemporary in music and in philosophy. This is a form of composition that takes place on what Curtis Rhodes calls the supra-time scale, the time that lies beyond what a single musical piece can cover and involves the development and study of cultural and conceptual phenomena. And let's now hear a brief section of a field recording that a friend of mine did in LA, and he happened to he happened to catch a tour guide talking about the tar pits.
So, if you were to look with our X-ray vision at our feet and down 1,000 feet below, you would find what is known as the Salt Lake oil field. Los Angeles has a lot of oil. It had a lot of oil for a long, long time. But how did it get here in the first place? Well, Los Angeles, millions of years ago, didn't exist. Los Angeles was covered in water. It's one of the reasons why Los Angeles doesn't have dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are not found in Los Angeles because it was covered in water. It was an ocean. It was an ocean's worth of water. And in that ocean, there were small marine organisms that were known as diatoms. Diatoms to best imagine in our heads. Think about plankton. Think about billions of plankton, but even smaller than them. Billions and billions of them swimming in the ocean, and eventually, like most things in life, except for myself, they all die. And when they die, they would end up at the bottom of the ocean. The bottom of the ocean is very, very deep. And as we get deeper and deeper into the ocean, it's very, very warm. And there's a lot of pressure. All that pressure and heat turn these small little organisms into goo. So much goo that we end up with most of our crude oil in that way.
Although the pits as we find them at Wilshire Boulevard today had to be dug up, the La Brea tar pits can first be read as a natural phenomenon. Their time scale is geological. In the pits, we find a thick dark mass, which is asphalt. And as we just heard, asphalt is a form of crude oil, product of a combination of geological conditions. Under heat and high pressure from water, deceased marine microorganisms were transformed into an organic mass that then into unorganic material. Due to fault lines in the earth, this material over time reached the Earth's surface in the form of crude oil. The energy this fossil fuel provides today comes from the dead bodies of organisms which preserve and concentrate the energy of the sun that touched the earth millions of years ago in the form of light. At the surface, the asphalt pits form what is known as a predator trap. Animals that become stuck on the asphalt attract predators who then get stuck as well. This leads to a large accumulation of fossils from prehistoric to modern times that are stored in the tar pits and make them an important site of archaeology and natural history. Today, the tar pits can therefore be seen as a time shaft. Within the horizontally sprawling surface of the LA metro, they form a vertical opening into the earth where remainders of prehistory are frequently pushed to the surface. The crude oil that we find here is what fuels the energy consumption, commodities, and trash of modern capitalist economy. Gasoline, kerosene, makeup, and plastics, and produces the surpluses that allow for art collections as that of oil tycoon J. Paul Getty. While the natural science of the tar pits is fascinating, we can only think of them in relation to their specific surroundings, an urban civilization for which they are at once emblematic and a stark contrast. As we heard from the tour guide, the tar pits confront civilization with the contingency of its existence. The California economy wouldn't exist without oil, which forms the wealth of this area. LA, as we know it, is a horizontal sprawl designed for cars, which are powered by derivatives of oil. The light, whose biochemically processed energy we find preserved in oil, is also the reason why LA is the city of the film industry, with all its dreams and nightmares. As one travel guide notes, and this is a quote, "The climate of eternal sunshine offered ideal conditions for the film industry. In the early days, it was not possible to shoot with artificial light, and the landscape, sea, mountains, and desert in immediate proximity made for fantastic backdrops." End of quote. While they are a reservoir of the very stuff that keeps the technologized consumer society going, the tar pits also are a marker of the geological dangers that LA faces. The city is built into an environment that, while looking like paradise, can't support it. It requires artificial irrigation systems, is under ever more severe threats of seasonal fires and earthquakes. The pits are a marker of this destructive potential. They are inaccessible to us and threaten to swallow our bodies and edifices. Fences have therefore been carefully built around them to enclose them as a spectacle, assuring the viewer that the very stuff in which animals sink to their gruesome death will be harnessed as the power source of the human Americans' cars and air conditioners. Finally, even the latest Californian data technologies, though they are a little more San Francisco than LA, rely on heavy use of fossil energy resources, and data itself has been dubbed the new oil. The themes of energy extraction, entertainment, and exploitation merge in the topic of AI that presses down on many areas of human activity and also exerts an extraordinary amount of force on music. I became interested in this topic because some sonic results that I heard before I knew exactly what they were struck me as interesting. The topic can of course easily blow the dimensions of a talk like this, and I only want to make the following plausible. The tar pits, as an out-of-time phenomenon, make an interesting route of access to investigate AI and the ideologies around it. This is, on the one hand, because they are a reservoir of fuel. They contain a fossil energy, the consumption of which is something like the dark, open secret of all digital and seemingly immaterial technology. And the pits pull down the futuristic veil of these technologies. On the other hand, the tar pits are interesting in their function as a reservoir of memory, memory pits or time shafts. They preserve and hold memories and records of prehistoric times which are brought to the surface by forces beyond human control. The transformation of organic matter that happens here can be read analogous to the transformation of information that is fed into machine learning models, be they for language or sound. LA is a place where technology and its specific interpretation by Californian ideology, which is a famous paper by Richard Barbrook and Andy Cameron. Californian ideology that understands technological progress as strictly deterministic and outside of the political space of public deliberation, brought about a dissolution of the physical city space, which is under attack from virtual space. In the face of ongoing technologization, physical public space is losing relevance, disintegrating and transitioning into a more temporally structured virtuality. As a philosopher, I'm interested in the cultural history of this technology, the ideas connected to it, and how they link to concept of social space and the city, or the polis, as a philosopher might say. As a musician, I'm interested in sounds which can, in which the potentials and contradictions of this technology can be heard, and how shared spaces for musical experience can be built. Okay, and I will now shift back to music and play an excerpt from a piece I have produced with my pop project Jugend. And this contains also some of the words that will be part of my composition that I hope is actually being played on Thursday at 3:30, but please check it. Yes, and this piece is called Voice Translation Process, and this is the piece that's playing here is called Voice Translation Process, and now we're listening to kind of the background piece, which is a very different style.
Night and city are interlocking fingers. We are two fires burning more brilliant than the sun. Expression, iteration, fragmentation,
dispersal, youth without channel, a blur after the heat of the day has passed. Driving, that's what it does. The night drives us out into the heart of the city. The eyes of the city are wide, we are wide awake. Time flies by. We are lives and lifestyles never to be known, driving the forbidden road, haunting, dreaming of the secret room of connection. Lights in the window pane, eyes everywhere. Concrete experience, charged but indifferent, focused but without channel, without power. Night and city are interlocking thinkers. The way we move forward, we are two fires burning, eyes focusing, fluidity, voices, noise in the city's air. The heat of the day is fading into a rush of night. Medicine for the dead, smart lifestyles never to be known, forbidden roots haunting, dreaming of the secret room of connection. Ice, water, burning hearts. The heat of the day has passed. The noise is exploding. Night and city are interlocking fingers. We are on fire, floating 2 feet above the pavement.
planets crashing into the sun. Pavement and the noise are interlocking. Two fires burn. The heat of the day is past. The north is exploding. Night and city are interlocking fingers.
Everything changes.
A good portion of this piece is processed voice. We hear it through a cheap sampler as text spoken into different recording devices and also on a re-recording through tape. This piece developed from an experience of the city as a highly physical and energetic space that can be entered, walked, and lived. In this respect, it tracks a way of movement through the city, which is more likely in European cities than in metropolitan sprawls like LA. More than the first piece I played, this piece deals with images. The strings, for example, probably could be seen as working as images of themselves. I wanted to show this piece because of the text work it contains. The text came together through several layers of free writing, improvisation with live recording, also with my collaborator Thomas Meckel, and finally through editing the recorded text within the music piece. It is therefore fundamentally a text to be listened to. I think the dimensions of text will become important for the Tar Pits project as it proceeds, in a way of which I'm not yet entirely sure. And I will not say more about it here, but I'm happy to discuss after the talk, and especially, of course, after the performance of the piece on Thursday. Via the reference to text, I now want to move on to philosophy. And this will be the last section of the talk. Right, so philosophy and its relation to music. My approach in philosophy is influenced by critical theory. A fundamental operation of this way of thinking is to call into question what we find most familiar, to make explicit its inherent contradictions, and thereby progress both in terms of knowledge and in terms of freedom. This line of thinking can be traced back to Kant and Hegel, but also has crucial ties to Los Angeles. During World War II, Max Horkheimer and Theodor Adorno lived in LA, exiled by the Nazi regime. Here, they wrote Dialectic of Enlightenment, including the chapter on the culture industry, one of the most important critiques of consumer culture to date. Missing on the map of LA exiles is Walter Benjamin, who had a visa for entering the US but never made it there. He killed himself while trying to cross the border from France to Spain. In his ability to show unexpected theoretical constellations through the close study of peculiar real-world phenomena, especially related to culture, technology, and the city, Benjamin, however, has become a crucial reference point for my development of the Tar Pits project. In his famous essay on the artwork in the age of its mechanical reproduction, first published in 1936, so it has its 90th birthday this year, Benjamin argues that art can present social, economic, and political relations through use of and staging of technology. This is an attractive thought for a composer. In using any given technology, and this way may as well be the technology of group singing, music can present, frame, and question the extra-musical relations of this technology. Benjamin argues that the inception of photography has changed, or had changed in that time, the character of what we consider art in its entirety, and that the criteria of what we can call art must be recalibrated. It would be an ill-considered mistake to apply standards of the analysis of painting to those of photography, because the technical advance of photography has changed the very standards of art. He extends this thought that I take to form a core commitment of the artwork essay to an analysis of how the very structure of sense perception is subject to historical and technological change. Benjamin also offers a theory about how art can employ technology for the sake of representation, and the German term for this is Darstellung, of technologically altered reality. According to Benjamin, the proper way in which art can address According to Benjamin, the proper way in which art can address the interpretation of technological apparatus or equipment with the actuality of the life world is not by offering representations of technological equipment, but by using the technology to create artistic representations of reality, and thereby staging the viewpoint that the technology affords. That is, at the same time offering a view of reality and a view of the view of reality. Benjamin's point is that by using technology in art, we practice the specific ways of seeing and hearing that this new technology affords. This is what Benjamin ascribes to film specifically, which can thus be seen as a school for the new possibilities of sense perception. New ways of sense perception literally tear open the structures of everyday perception with what Benjamin calls the dynamite of the split second. What he means is that the space and time of our world are made larger by the new realm of images that is opened by technological means of seeing, like slow motion or magnification. Far from only showing us more precisely what we already know, these techniques allow us to see entirely new things. This is because the mechanical seeing device camera records reality in a non- or unconscious way. Thus, recording technology offers a route to what Benjamin calls the optical unconscious. The structure of everyday actions and processes that usually elude our attention, but which we can discover through recording mechanisms. Catching something that's falling off the table, the lighting of a match in slow motion, as for example in Yoko Ono's Match Piece film, our way to work, recorded on the cell phone in our pocket, our own voices pitched every direction with the same phone, the crackling radiation of this phone, the crackle of coal, as for example in Yannis Xenakis' Concrete PH, or even our brain waves, as in Alvin Lucier's Music for a Solo Performer. In this respect, recording connects the artistic and scientific, as Benjamin stresses. While art can explode the limits of the everyday that are too tightly defined, it can also allow for sensory experience of what is otherwise too complex, too far away, too violent, or too overwhelming to actually be experienced. Benjamin is writing in the wake of the industrial horrors of World War I, and he is trying to read film as an antidote to technologized warfare. Equally industrial and shocking, but far less lethal. As film theorist and Benjamin scholar Miriam Hansen explains, Benjamin tries to think film as undoing an alienation of the senses. Here's now a longish quote. He assigns, so this is a quote, he assigns film a key role in this trajectory because, on the one hand, film participates in the pathologies of industrial capitalist technology at large, inasmuch as it subjects the sensorium to yet more shock and compounds the effect of defensive numbing with an aesthetic of phantasmagoria. And because, on the other hand, film provides a medium of experience that, more effectively than the traditional arts, enables both a sensory recognition of human self-alienation and a non-destructive mimetic adaptation of technology. Put another way, the alienation of the senses that abets the deadly violence of imperialist warfare and fascism can be undone only on the terrain of technology itself, by means of new media of reproduction that allow for a collective and playful, and that is non-fatal, innovation of the technologically transformed physis. End of quote. I think that applying, so this is now me again, I think that applying Benjamin's thought to music and to the current developments of machine learning technology can help us understand how investigating the potential of new technologies in music can lead to new forms of fascination, new questions and critiques, and ultimately knowledge, especially as these technologies are connected to and fraught with ideologies and forms of use we do oppose. What to do with the technology, however, is not determined by technology itself. In closing, I want to zoom out, in theory at least, in showing us what we have never seen or heard. Technology can connect to wonder, and this is where philosophy enters the picture again. If a music succeeds in creating wonder, it will provoke new language and advanced thinking. This connects the reflection of technology to the seemingly far away moment of wonder, or what Adorno calls the riddle character, Rätselcharakter of art. The way in which technological manipulation pulls sound from their known contexts, literally abstraction, can be developed towards an aesthetic of scarcity that connects to the blackness of the tar pits to their function as a void. They are black holes and thereby riddles that need probing. Art and music live off this receding of the riddles they can pose, punctuating or exploding the seamlessness of the everyday. Aesthetic and musical experience will often begin in a pre-reflexive mode. We are drawn in, but do not know precisely how to say what it is that fascinates us. This can, however, be a call to seek words and concepts. In this respect, music is an art far from words that is nonetheless at home in the circumference of language. This lends itself to a certain mode of productive linguistic activity that seeks to push the limits of its own understanding. If this can be articulated, it will be a form of world disclosure. The musical piece is read as a whole and is placed in a field of significance which includes linguistic forms as well as sonic material that is at first void of any precise conceptual meaning, but that is felt, palpated, or scanned. Structure and material, together with a specific reading that seeks world disclosure and stays clear of the linguistic routines of aesthetic discourses, can form a field or network of significance in which music calls for language, while at the same time challenging language to go beyond itself. Thus, musical and theoretical development stay separate, even though in dialogue. Music asks for aesthetic judgment, while theory asks for a judgment of its truth value. This difference should not be collapsed. Artistic skills and sensibilities can help to guide research, and theoretical or scientific skills can help to develop analytical rigor in art. This interconnection is especially important when we are faced with change in the general character of art and the understanding of what it is that artists do, which can be expected through AI. Here, both our senses and our understanding must radically move forward and prove their plastic capacities to open to an unknown future. And I want to end by remembering a famous title of Charles Ives' work. Slightly against the usual reading, I would say that music itself is always an unanswered question, an appeal from and to what we do not quite know how to say, at least as of now. This wonder is what prompts us to investigate and to find out what it is that we actually want to see, hear, feel, know, or say. This wonder can also be experienced as pleasure, and the pleasure that what is given contains plastic potential and is not all. Thank you.
We open it up for questions. Any questions? Any comments? Any remarks?
Hi, thank you for your presentation. It's always fascinating to hear you talk about this stuff. And you talk throughout the presentation about the tar pits as a time shaft, and dealing a lot with film. I wondered, film obviously now does not rely on text, especially in its early conception, didn't really rely on text as a medium, but throughout your work, text is a primary focus. And so how do you resolve this kind of interest in film and the kind of solidity of fossilization within the time shaft and text, which often repeats and comes with the idea of the sort of contextual environment in which you're hearing the text, and the content of the text itself informs the content of the work. Does that lend itself to this fossilization? Does it lend itself to becoming a moment in time? Or does it represent something else within your work?
Yeah, that's a good question. I guess you could first see this as like film and text in part doing similar things, but on different levels, right? So like a microphone, obviously a camera records, like this camera records this talk right now and is kind of like at the same time preserving it to some sort of future and pushing it thereby into a past as something that has happened. And this is basically what happens in analogous analog film, even more, on an even more physical way, because it literally is like an interaction of the film with the light that hits the material. So it's literally fossilization on the film. And I guess in text, it's always like via the function of memory and conceptual activity, right? And yes, we all know, like if we go to talks like this more often, the more we know already about whatever is being presented, the more we can remember, because we can like conceptually categorize. And so this, like, concepts are also memory devices, of course. Yeah, so I would say first they like work on a different level, and I guess like some line of high cinema obviously tries to not over articulate in text. So like part of the mastery of the opening shot of Rear Window is that it explains the entire background of Jimmy Stewart's character without any words, by just like doing a pan of the stuff he has in his room, and like then you see him with a broken leg in the chair. But then there's also like super text-heavy films, especially like Nouvelle Vague, you could think of. Yeah, where maybe it kind of merges. Like you could get into like something like Godard's History of Cinema, Histories of Cinema, which is like a super text-heavy and conceptually heavy approach. Yeah, that would be...
Within your work itself, if text functions as a fossilization of ideas, the use of text within your works, would you see that as analogous to the tar pit bringing these ideas back to the surface, or do you see text functioning differently within your work?
Kind of. So I would say, like, if I write text for music, so to speak, in an art context, it would work in a way like this. But writing theoretical texts, I would maybe see it differently, because it's a whole different kind of like disciplining of language, where obviously you want to try to like capture some ideas, but there is very little room for like being intuitive or like having something be conjured up, which is of course something that I'm interested in, to like kind of like what happens if you write a paragraph by hand and so on.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I was wondering if I could ask your thoughts on, for starters, the Walter Benjamin's mechanical reproduction within his talk about photography and technology helping creatives. Within that, or alongside it, you could say that photography may have liberated painting, and painting could become everything that painting is and could be, if it wasn't for the fact that it had so many years of having to be a camera to document something, reality, for instance. And then, photography came along and maybe freed painting. It seems like maybe, in a way, new AI technologies could also come along and help us, for instance, with your question about, or your project rather, how shared spaces for musical experience can be built. And I wonder, on one hand, it seems to me possible that AI might help us not only address that, but also maybe even reconsider what musical experience is, or what shared spaces are, or shared, per se, and even sort of the idea of built per se. But I was going to ask that until your closing. You mentioned this idea of wonder, and you mentioned the sort of linguistic order that, whether you like it or not, music that sort of starts off devoid of semantic charge must enter, and us being organisms that interpret via our sense registering perceptual organs will put the pre-linguistic sound into linguistic terms. I wonder then if you have any thoughts about the idea that AI might not only be able to help us address the idea of how shared spaces for musical experience can be built, but if AI might also help us just simply extend that moment of wonder and try and suspend the need for linguistic explanation and interpretation, and just find the positive, generative, productive potential of that moment between not knowing and knowing that you often feel with sound.
Yeah, thanks. That's a very complex, like 3 questions nested into each other. So the background of what I said about music, language, and wonder are 2 separate sources, one being Albrecht Wellmer's essay on language and music. So kind of a pretty important post-Frankfurt School person in the German-speaking world of aesthetics. And the other source is a talk by Catherine Malabou on wonder and plasticity. You can find this on YouTube. And I think what kind of connects it is that Velma tries to stay clear of this opposition that I think we often make, that, okay, first there is wonder and then we kind of catch it with concepts. And to some degree, of course, that's what we do. But then he wants to go one step beyond to say, okay, but if we try to really do justice to what causes this wonder, we cannot just categorize it in the concepts that we have, but we have to kind of work against them. And so he's interested in a type of writing about music that tries to kind of get to new concepts by doing justice to the musical experience. And there I think the music, wonder and language field kind of starts connecting, because when you hear like a new type of music, you're going to have to start making sense of it in a different way. And then you also have to kind of update your conceptual apparatus. And yeah, I mean, the question with the shared space is obviously has like its own depth, but this also in a way is a shared conceptual space, right? It's a space in which artistic and interpretive activity meet, and they kind of need each other. And I feel like increasingly, like for me, it's obviously true because I have the two backgrounds, but I feel like increasingly we kind of want artists to be able to say more about why they do something and so on, which I don't know if it's like essential at all, but it's definitely, I think, when these very complex, like extra artistical contexts come in of technology and so on, I think they ask for different types of also theoretical or critical engagement, right? So you have to kind of figure out how the spaces in which you perform your works and what you do, like for example with a baton, right? So this is also a technology, how it works and how it connects to social forms, and how to possibly deal with the changes, right? So this, I think this is kind of what Majella also was talking about, right? That you try to conceptually understand the world and then do something different in art as well.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Thanks.
Any final questions?
It's kind of a mixture of thoughts and question. Every time when I listen to your presentations and also like seeing the pictures you showing to us and listening to the music you are composing and making, I always have the impression that on the one hand it's on a very high meta or macro level. Like with the tapet, it's speaking in time, it's a macro level of time. Mm-hmm. The concepts you are introducing, they are all on a very meta level of concepts. And also on for me, always on a meta level where you really have to think about how you get to the point you are you're going to. And then you are on a very distinct, narrowed down micro level of thought, of picture. Like you always zoom in Sometimes you zoom out,
Yeah.
but it's in both directions, always on a very grainy level. And it's also something that I think I heard in your music. You're getting to a very, like, sound-wise on a very micro level of sound, like with grains, and also when you think about synthesis, for me, synthesizing sound always means thinking about sound on a very micro level of sound. So on a technical level, I think I can see kind of a common thing in all of this. But for me, the open question is always, where do you see the functionality of the music you are making in all of this? Like, do you see your music on the more like macro level or meta thing that you want the audience to get? Or do you see it more on the micro level of a small part of the thing you are doing?
Yeah, this is a super interesting question. So first, I want to point to like a connection that what you said also makes to this thought of Adorno and Benjamin, because this is something they would exactly like do when they themselves interpret artistic works, that kind of in the tiny details you jump to the big picture. And this is the thought of the constellation, basically, that you have like super specific things like brush stroke or a sample or whatever. And this is what actually like causes a response that then opens up a wider picture. And so you kind of bypass the middle ground. And in my own music, I would say, like, I obviously, when I make it, I don't think of this meta level stuff, right? Maybe even like 10 minutes afterwards I do, but like in the actually productive process, I just think like what interests me, and I try to have it very like physical and haptic, so to speak. And it obviously is something that comes from like working in a DAW, where also you zoom in, right? You, try to see like what this tiny waveform actually looks like and what happens if you move it 1 millisecond to the left or to the right. And you just kind of, you play it back, and then maybe you do an overdub, and like I do it often with singing, and you just kind of see what pulls you forward, and that's the improvisational part of it. And that improvisation means you don't see the future, right? So you just kind of follow, and not your instinct, that would be right? But you know what I mean? You kind of follow the path that you feel like this music is opening for you. And so I think like the ground condition for me is probably closely related to this riddle character. So for me, it has to be something that I don't fully like grasp, where I feel like, okay, this is now interesting because it sounds to me at least not just like another example of somebody putting something through a granular synth, but does something that I don't quite know what it is. And I think this is the wonder aspect in making art, right? And if you don't do that, then it's you can still produce artistic material, but you do it more as like I guess it was the bottom right square in Majella's presentation, where you kind of, okay, this needs like a 4/4 time arpeggio, and I will just do that. But that's not that's not going to keep you interested for very long. Yeah, so I think it's kind of trying to make something that causes a new problem for the understanding. And I feel like when I hear stuff, I often feel about it the same, right? So everybody knows you go to a concert, and if you start thinking, but okay, they're using this Boss delay pedal, blah, 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 that's a bad sign, right? Or if you're in a movie, you're like, okay, they always do these panning shots to the left and then pull out and then have like intercut with a detail, and this is always what kind of throws you off. So you always want the sum is greater than the parts kind of feeling, where you don't fully get what's going on. And I think this is, of course, like what AI can also do, where it's so weird that it's this super stereotypically, like stereotype-based technology. But on the other hand, it can also create sounds where like, okay, what is this? And this is, I think, something to look for.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Do you have any final remarks, Simon?
No.
No? Then this
Enjoy your lunch.
Yeah, this concludes the first set of lectures. We'll continue at 3:30.
Please welcome to my presentation. My name is Paweł Siek. I am a PhD absolvent from Krakow Academy, and my today's thing is a river of sound generative proportion, which is kind of continuation of my doctoral studies, and in which instance I will be talking about different ways of getting music out of single ratio, single proportion. Today I would like to talk a bit about the proportional heritage, so in generic terms about proportion use in music so far. Then I would like to present two pieces of mine, and especially the Jakobsphasen, my doctoral piece, Oratorio, then Bulgar Dreams, which is kind of symphonic poem and at the same time a bit cinematic style of writing. And then I would like to show some new possibilities and experiences that can emerge out of those possibilities, and those I would like to test during the rehearsals in Bled on Thursday and Friday, and I also would like to invite you for listening to different kind of canons. If you are interested, there is the PhD written thesis in English under this QR code, also next to my profile in the festival booklet. So single ratio, let's start from that. This is just the simplest thing, then became proportion if that's equality of two ratios, and actually I use those terms which is acceptable interchangeably. However, this potential of spreading somehow the ratio into proportion is exactly what I'm interested and what brings me the musical results. So proportion in ancient world was kind of canon of beauty, and simpler it was, better it was for the aesthetical appreciation. It changed over time. So later Greek doctrine was more open, like this 8:5, for instance, ratios between the columns and the intercolumns in the Greek temples. The tetractys, so the deep belief in the number and the number resulting of the number or shape resulting of the number of the proportion, that's something to be continued also in the 20th century. This is the diagram of Sinfonia Mystica, the 6th symphony by Andrzej Panównik from 70s. And as the composer states, this figure is something of a marvel, a bearer of a kind of mystical significance. I do not deny that it influenced both the structure of the Sinfonia and its musical material. There are also more proportional figures in use. Some deep echoes of Defay I could see in that, so that's the 5th symphony by Andrzej Panównik. And what kind of brings my attention are those 3 pitches segments, because those are also present in my work at some point. They just emerged. So the kind of panorama of proportional music is that it can be correlated to pitch, to rhythm, to the formal proportion. Also, it can become process in the 20th century, and those are normally explained or presented with numbers. So already Fuchs in Gradum ad Parnassum is stating those proportions are being kind of the language of music. Then Golden Proportion with Bela Bartok is kind of one of a kind. Then Paweł Mikieden, for instance, one of the composers that would be using some number rows to create exact tempo sensation within even longer sections of the pieces. Then 2 of those. One is single ratio shaping individual intervals or motifs, and that's for obtaining organic form. So this is another aesthetic belief, more correlated to 19th century. And then the proportion that can shape experience, that can shape the psychological feelings, perception of the proportion which is not proportion, or not proportion which becomes perceived as a proportion. Here, the example of textural unification within the piece Jakobswesen, and similar but a bit different in this symphonic poem. In both types, the proportion is a source of some of the pitches, then they can interact with another that have been either freely written, either they are adapting slowly to the row. Those are just some of the names which are connected to this belief in the proportion and use of the proportion, belief in use of the proportion. Jean-Philippe Rameau would be one of the interesting figures, as there is his connection to the harmony, to the good proportion, as vertical and spatial force. And then Jacques-Philippe Rousseau, which was much more naturalistic, but still there are some writings by him which are leading to his kind of belief that the proportion in the melody is still a fact, and it's needed to get this natural feeling. So those two views happening in almost same time are kind of proportion themselves. But what's interesting is what is in between of the proportion, and that's exactly what is also my mathematical approach. So I am searching for some kind of numbers between, and then once I get them, I make them function somehow freely, which I can call, using this term, deteriorization, so they are deprived of the original context of the ratio they came from. So I would like to follow. Yes, here it is. Yeah. Yeah. So it's a good spot also to share with you the score, and you can get from the table. I prepare two scores of oratorio, so you can take a look. Why I would like to share some music, so let's listen to the fragment of the first of the canons. And then let's explain how do they work. It emerges from, and also this blue screen is promising something that I will share in a moment. The last of the inspirations is Maximilian Markol and his canons. Those inspirations I'm sharing today, I realized only like a few months ago they were inspirations, so somehow different kind of mathematical music I experienced before were quite important on the way to this kind of discovery. So this canone monodico is about organizing the pitches by two separate performers and then obtaining the results which are resulting from operating with one single wave generator by both of the performers. This is the series of canons, so this is also kind of point of referment. And now oratorio. Oratorio Jakobswesen, so the piece for solis, two orchestras, and electronic transformations, and multimedia. In this 1 hour long piece, I'm searching for doing some kind of unification of the material, of the dramaturgy, and I use especially some kind of tools I call the creation of transposable space, the concept of notational resolution, and then vococentric approach. So this transposable space is not surprising. It is this number-based space from the ratio, which can be transcribed into tempo, into pitches, and also into the dramaturgy itself. The resolution, so changing resolution means something philosophically, also in Blake concept, and William Blake is one of the main, let's say, libretto inspirations, and losing this exact resolution, so getting into more standard numbers, it brings this feeling of not touching anymore the source of the thing. And that's what is one of the important powers that leads the dramaturgy of the piece towards. So there is both this generally planned form, and both on the really 1 or 2 or 3 notes level kind of thinking using the specified techniques connected, for instance, to the deteriorization concept by Deleuze. In between of numbers, but also in between of different mediums, so this liminality which emerges from the Blake thought is here realized within different mediums, and it's quite often that one medium overtakes the other. So for instance, video is kind of sustaining the physical action on the stage, or the music tries to communicate things instead of language, or the prompter is starting not being a prompter as it is in opera, but starts to translating into another reality, the things that are happening. Score constructions, it includes librettos, score notation, but this notation is to color, and this is kind of way of transcribing this multisensoric word. So everything that can be seen is notated in blue, and everything that can be heard is notated in black. This is the stage setting, which is also about circularity. There are 2 orchestras taken from the Greek influences. There are some of the old Baroque instruments, and there is the main action happening inside of the circle. There's also ambisonic system, which brings it all around to the public. There are some reminiscences, and many things are splitted in a way. So there are splitted orchestras in this configuration. There is splitted aulos sound, so I actually want to make this kind of timbral feeling using, for instance, many oboes together. So this feeling of lack is somehow overwhelming, I think, within this piece. Here you can see different kind of resolutions, also using the microtones. So sometimes, and for most of the time, there are just quarter tones, and for some short fragments, and those are mostly canons, this is another resolution of 1/6 of the tone. Blake's philosophy seeks to portray reality as discontinuous structure, constantly and unexpectedly open to the intervention of eternity. So this is belief that is broken within any kind of approximation. Approximation hides the real shape, and if it is hidden, being without shape is nothing but the uplifting abstract horror, says Blake. This is example of notation. Some parts are in blue, and those are being unspoken. Same for the video notation, for instance. So the setting of the oratorio is happening in Polkowice, in small city in Poland, which is being haunted by the ghosts, by the forces, zoas, from the Blake's world in some instances. Cyclicality is an interesting category, I think, within this piece. So the woman, the main character, is being splitted into 3 of them. So that's just another proportion. And they are proceeding towards the conclusion in their different times. So they are sharing space, but being splitted in 3 in a way. And so it seems like, given the classification of the category of time, the potential choices of each of the of the woman seem insignificant and lead to a loop. Those are 3 of them: kobieta, eletch, and uwetch. And then there's demiurge, so the force without shape. Especially that is even like enforced within Urtona, the other way of feeling of this another character. So they are also intersecting. Temporal structures, there are 3 phases, and more we go into the structure, more we come forward in time. So the retrograde movement is a movement of rebirth. Now, some of the influential figures, so German and Blake. German, which makes the movie Blue, which is describing the lack of vision, which is describing the last of the colors he saw, which was blue, and which reminded him about the Yves Klein paintings, and this is one of those. So total lack and the space without limits, Blake being obsessed without contours. This is the opposite of that. Then Schoenberg and O'Hara for emotional specification of the significant moments. There are different proportions also between the components of the work. So there's movement, there's light, prompter and video, and scenic objects. Movement is somehow splitted from the spoken work. So the actions of body are showing the physical status, the psychological status of the people on the stage. Then it is somehow, I call it behavioral oratorio. The light can be also very straightforward. It is symbolical many times. It can get behavioral since there is the setting of the TV show from 90s. There are cameras and there is light, which sometimes is even narrowed on the eyes of the public watching the oratorio. Prompter and video, those already mentioned, they are kind of tools to follow or distract from the main action, or maybe reveal the real world. And then scenic objects that can somehow correlate different meanings, that can be that can affect for sure the movements of the performers, and also they can do this sedimentation process of the sounds, of the meanings in it. They are actually quite expound in kind of ritualic situations. And those are the notations of all of the components. Then the formal setting also is somehow based on the proportions. So there are 3 phases, but there are also the intersections in different proportions that are somehow escaping from this enclosed reality. The beginning part is overscaled towards the main section, which starts here, and also all of the 3 phases that are into this main section are divided into 2. So somehow they are also losing their identity. It all follows kind of the moon cycle, the flutes of the waters, And also the woman itself, herself, has somehow of the tradition of being represented in her free times. And that's one of the most important motifs in the piece, which has the moments of deteriorization. And this term I use as Deleuze has drawn it. So it's escaping or leaving the territory, in this instance, for instance, with the harmonic, which just brings the resulting pitch somehow out of the place it is played. Now, the proportions of it, or if we follow, for instance, Gestalt theory, they can be divided in different ways, even in the smallest DNA of the piece. Now, the texture that is made out of those motifs, until they are in the territory of the original, let's say, texture of the piece, they just stay in the same shape. Once they leave the original texture, they behave differently, same as some animals do. Like if they are leaving territory, they can sometimes not recognize their partner, for instance. The ways of escaping from the ratios are, for instance, those in color, which are detuning or escaping with glissandos to the other pitches. Still, it all finally, in the third phase of the piece, leads to the total government of the number. So, for more or less all piece, but especially in this third phase, I use this three kind of sequences: proto-sequence, prime number sequence, and boundary sequence. So the first one is composed of numbers 2 and 3, so that's Pythagorean school again, and products of their powers. And then boundary sequence I will dig into in a second. For now, the proto-sequence and the prime number sequence, if overlapped, I discover they create some kind of interesting shape. I also use somehow within the texture. Here, you can read. Then the boundary sequence. This is different kind because those two are open and infinite. This one is just 11 numbers, I decided. And with that boundary sequence, I will be shaping the canons. Different musical elements that can apply, that can follow the number rules are tempo, tempo changes, also some elements of the scenography, but I would say those processing I was using in this piece mostly for the tempos, while I would like to implement that also for the modulations from the pitch system to the pitch system very soon. Initial proportion for the boundary sequence is 9:8. This is one of the most beautiful among ancient words in Greece, they believed so, and it happens to be the whole tone, and it was called epogdon. So, if I could zoom, yes, I can. I just wanted to show this is this epogdon original one, and then the proportion. So the second instance, I call it like so. And between 18 and 16, there is this limit number, 17. And in fact, already ancient Greeks and ancient Egyptians believed that it to be a very bad luck number as a divider, as a limit number. And then I thought of just multiplying, so continuing this proportion and searching for the numbers between the two, stating the proportion. So there were 3, then 7, there 15. And then I just wanted to discover if I just divide this number by this number, what will happen. And then, dividing those three, each of them, I was obtaining, step by step, the shape. And the shape was this. So, having that, I was thinking how that would be sound in the pitch manner. So I started to transcribe the pitches, and of course you can choose the way you do it. I followed the semitone rule for one number up, but I was also denotating the other options. One of those I would like to also try sonistically during this week. So then I decided on the rhythmical values, also providing them with the length taken from the number row, and so I finished with the canons, which are both organized by pitch and by rhythm by this boundary row. So we can listen and see it. So that's the canon finishing oratorio, and that's also the piece itself separately treated. This is the way it finishes, not so straightforward, but still it remains on the scene instead of the main character in a way. The Ptolemy scales are also kind of place of reflection for me, constructing the musical scales and systems. So I was overlapping two of those are obviously proportional scales, but also Ptolemy did these things, like he both take an existing scale and he also invented his own scale, which two representatives are there. I overlap those two and I get interested in half synthetic scale, I call it. So by overlapping them, I got this 10 pitches scale from those two Ptolemy scales. This is the example of the Ptolemy scale in use. But with a lot of deteriorization already happening on it with the harmonics. Then different type of textures that I use using the number generators, and not only. And then example of another motif out of the original texture context. Yeah, so just from the examples, I think you can feel that the piece is quite unified in terms of the musical means. Now, the deteriorization situation can bring also people to sing in the real world, said Deleuze. So he actually states 3 situations for the natural vocalization, which is leaving the territory, coming back to the territory, and being present on the territory. Like, for instance, leaving house, coming back from long journey, and do laundry, for instance. Vococentrism is another thing, is our natural kalakagatia I would be saying towards the voice, so searching for the voice in each instance, and the piece somehow follows that. So taking that from the loose, it brings it to the instrumental parts, and as well as you can see, the singing is just one of the parts of the vocal expressions. It's quite a lot of noises and indirect messages hidden within the structures. And then the last component are electronics, and here I would just like to bring one moment, which is bringing back the Ptolemy scale with the samples, and that would be here. Yes. There is somewhere hidden. Yeah. Now, very shortly, the second piece, which was kind of laboratory for me, especially that it was kind of cinematic piece, it was supposed to be, and I just used the canons as they were to kind of create the neuromantic context for them. This is the piece, Bulgar Dreams. And here I will just show 2 short examples with sound and 2 without. Haven't been performed, so this is just synthetic examples, but just to show you the generic idea. That was layering, so one of the layers in symphonic writing was just microtonal. The microtonality shaping acoustic sense of the form, so sometimes if I get into microtonal structures, like there is this sense of NDO, so from different acoustic space, I would say. And another example, that one with sound, is creating the minimalistic context with the just short fragments of the canon being repeated. Also, I choose the one that is aiming towards some kind of tonal sense in it. right side of the slide was Marcin Szczerecki's reflection of the Penderecki polymorphia where he just states everything can become dominant if it's placed in the row of the harmonic functions. And the last one is this microtonality being introduced directly into neuromantic lines, so the combination of the neuromantic writing and not layering anymore. New possibilities, just shortly showing, not hearing yet. Ptolemaic scales and the modus of modulating through the canons. So as there is this perfect fifth between the two of the introduced pitches, I just start the new scale from those, and I can modulate by microtones in this instance. That was one of the conceptions I stopped for now, but it was trying to create the space itself from the microtones, kind of the feeling of the space. But what I would like to follow are different elaborations of the proportion generated canons for now. So one of the options is rescaling. So just multiplying the pitch outcomes, and that is the same proportion, but just assigning different pitches, which might give another feeling. Those are the prototypes. So I would be choosing one of those for the laboratory. But what is maybe more interesting is getting to proportional stage itself, so choosing another proportion than 9 to 8 for generating canon. And here I did some counting. That was for 9 to 8. That is for 6 to 7, 6 to 5. And finally, 2 to 1. I wasn't planning the last one, but since I started to bring that to the schemes, so this is 9 to 8, this is 6 to 5, not much difference, but this is 2 to 1. So we are really getting much closer to the Pythagorean, let's say, word, and even there is this 3 and 2 as the starting axis. And that brings me to this kind of continuity, not yet totally filled. But it seems like this shape is just evolving, and that's another option for the modulation among the canons. Multiplying ratios is the other proposition. So instead of just doing this proportion, I would multiply, for instance, denominator only, while the other one stays the same. And that brought me to this kind of double axis, let's say, because also the boundaries were 2, because it was not odd anymore. And with that, I created this shape. I might be investigating sonically. This one also brings the initial proportion, initial ratio. And I'm thinking about modulation, like just changing one of the segments, substaining it with other pitches from the other canon already, and layer by layer I can modulate. Or I can start from the tempo modulation, so just assigning different tempo values for the start to the pitches, and then after this premise, following with the pitches. So I'm thinking about different kind of modulations. Here they are. So harmony, rhythm, and canon itself can become an object. Then it can be scaling, so just changing pitches attributions, or ratio to ratio, or both at the same time. And then substitution, multiplying proportion, which is, as I compared it before, it's almost like LF4. So one proportion which is modulating the other. And then if I would like to proceed with the multiplying by proportions, but also those proportions would be in some kind of the row, then I got this LFO in quadrat situation. So what I will actually explore is 9 to 8 canon in 2 different scalings. Also, I will try to play this Jakobsphasen canon for the first time with instrumentalists, then 6 to 5, and then 2 to 1, so this Pythagorean, let's say, at the end. Thank you very much for your attention.
We'll open it up for questions. Who has questions? Remarks? Statements? Objections? Unclear thoughts?
Inspiration?
Astonishments? Complaints?
No complaint. Sorry. So I'm really sorry I was 10 to 15 minutes late, and maybe you already gave a background about how you started to work in this way and what connects you personally to this mathematical way of gathering material, both pitch and like everything wise.
I think it was Blake. I was just literally following each of the Blake's traces during like two years and searching for the literature. And he was describing this strange feeling you can if you get if everything is calculated, but at the same time you are stuck somehow and you cannot define what is this feeling about. So I was really searching feelings somehow into. I was really hoping I get somehow something like that, but it wasn't planned. It wasn't planned. I was just composing big piece, and I was searching to ways to integrate that. So I founded the way of the total integration. Canon is a form of the total integrations. There is nothing more to be said if it happens from the beginning till the end. You can modulate. Maybe that's the option I'm trying now as a way of the escape, maybe from the place in which the piece Jakobsfasen stacked in a way as a final dramaturgical point. And also seeing is very important for me. So once I saw this figure I showed you, which looks a bit like the Xenakis pavilion from the word presentation, I really wanted to hear that object. And hearing objects is also a place to go for me, I think. Thank you for the.
Thank you.
Question.
Paweł, thank you. You just made a comment, actually. It made me think of something when you described that sort of almost awkward feeling of wishing everything would line up, but maybe something is out of place. Reminds me of that story. Might not be a real story, but Pythagoras saw 5 blacksmiths hitting their hammers, and 4 of them were in harmony, and the 5th was out. So I suppose my question was, how do you feel about the creative possibilities of approaching composition like this? Like, how creative can I be when mathematics works out, versus how creative can I be just accepting that maths can't do it all? Like, is there a one or the other? Do you focus on one more than other, etc.?
I just try to integrate material. I think that's my way of thinking. So I am going to do anything that is good for material. So if I see that maths is helping and leading, for instance, to this ending, because I was really seeking for the ending in that instance, and this is like no way out ending, but it was much needed. So yes, and now I will be for sure searching for the new possibilities. And I opened them with the mathematical word today. I declare that. So maybe I will do the other way around. So I will start like that, and then I will just stop to do it totally. I wish I will. I wish.
Fantastic. Thanks.
Any final remarks from you, Paweł?
I would like to thank you for your presence and for your questions. And I would also like to invite you, since I haven't mentioned that maybe so much straightforward, I would like to invite you and even maybe to vote for the canons. How do you experience them? I actually want to do a kind of poll for the audience, and we will judge together what is it. Thank you.
Let me share the screen. Okay. Just one more time, is everything on the screen? Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Angelina Tarlovskaia, and today I want to explore something that I believe sits at the intersection of cognitive science, music, and one of the most interesting topics of our time. What does it actually mean to compose music, and does it matter who or what is doing it? So the title of this research is Bias and Perception in Music Listening, a study of how audiences judge the authenticity of AI and human-composed works. And I'll tell you right now, the findings surprised me, and I hope they will surprise you as well. Let me begin by situating this research within its broad scholarly context. So the boundaries between human and algorithmically generated musical works have become, in a very real sense, perceptually unstable. So as AI-driven composition system grows increasingly sophisticated, they pose fundamental challenges to establish conceptions of authorship and aesthetic value in music scholarship. But here is the critical distinction I want to establish from the outset, because it will underpin everything that follows. So the study utilizes not a gen, is a symbolic music generation system trained on large-scale musical corpora. It produces stylistically coherent compositions that replicate structural, harmonic, and synthetic properties of human-authored pieces, but it does it without any compositional intent, without musically understanding, and of course without consciousness. And this phrase that I said, without intent or understanding, it's now it's not an accident. It is, I will argue, philosophically central to how we frame this entire investigation. And the core question then is not, can AI generate music? It clearly can. The question is, how are algorithmic composition systems reshaping perceptual norms, value attributions, and the ontological status of musical creativity in contemporary culture? And of course, the objective was to understand how cognitive biases shape our perception of musical authenticity and the mechanisms behind human judgment of AI art. So let's talk about the conceptual shift. Historically, technology served as a tool for execution, as a helper that us humans people used. And today we have AI in the game, and it can mimic very good the generative process. It can mimic almost everything, but it is forcing us to ask, what is the human aspect, instead of just repeating patterns? And everything we know in music, we can call it a mix of old material, what already exists. So there goes another question. Can AI truly synthesize something genuinely new from it? Of course, we need to define music itself, so what it is. We can look at music from you can look at music as a conscious act of expression, narrative, and emotional communication. We have the intent to create. We want to express our feelings. We want to say something without the words. Music is also called the language that does not need to be translated, because when we put our emotions ourselves in it, people understand. They don't need language, really. But when we look at music from machinery perspective, if I can call that, we will see that AI does not compose in the traditional sense. It only reads data, it processes patterns, and creates a sophisticated collage. So it reads the prompt, it reads what we wanted it to read, and it makes it real. So here we come to the core paradox. AI produces the method, harmony or structures. It can make it mimic it perfectly, but it lacks, of course, the consciousness and understanding of what it creates. So contemporary generative AI systems produce output that closely approximates the surface features of classical music, and empirical evidence, including from this own study, suggests that even trained musicians cannot reliably identify AI-generated works under blind listening conditions. So let me reframe the question on this slide. Can AI make music? The central research question is no longer whether AI can generate. It can. The question is, how does source attribution shape perception, and how do we perceive this music? So, in other words, what cognitive and evaluative frameworks do listeners bring to bear when confronted with algorithmically generated music, and what happens when those frameworks are actively activated by a label rather than by anything in the sound itself? And this is the puzzle in the heart of this study. Music perception is deeply intertwined with notions of emotional audience, emotional authenticity, and human creativity. So research in music psychology, notably Huron and some other colleagues, demonstrated that listeners do not evaluate music as a purely acoustic phenomena. Rather, their aesthetic judgments are mediated by social and contextual information, including crucially perceived authorship. So what that means in practice is that when source attribution shifts from human to machine, evaluative responses frequently shift accordingly, so even if the sonic stimulus remain completely identical. I'd like you to consider two responses that capture this dynamic precisely. So this represent the two poles of listener reaction we repeatedly encountered in the study. There is no soul in it, it lacks soul, there is no human presence. This is the one. And from another listener perspective, hearing the same piece but with different label, this is amazing, this is remarkable, I cannot tell the difference. Same music, different label, and radically different aesthetic experience. And that asymmetry is what this research investigates. Let me be also specific about the mechanisms involved, because terminology matters here enormously. When a piece is attributed to an AI source, listeners systematically rate it as lower in emotional expressiveness and aesthetic sincerity. So this is not weird. This is how our brain works. So the human label functions as a cognitive heuristic or like a mental shortcut that amplifies perceived amplifies perceived emotional depth independent of the actual acoustic content. So our perception of music depends on our expectations. This is what we call the label effect and expectation bias. Source attribution exerts a measurable and systematic influence on aesthetic evaluation, even when the acoustic stimulus is held constant. So this phenomenon is consistent with the label effect, and it was documented in empirical aesthetic research by Leda and his colleagues in 2004. And what we're dealing with, in other words, is not simply a matter of tastes, it's a predictable, reproducible cognitive bias. Please look at this diagram. So this maps the perceptual process, what we are studying. It begins with source information, the author label. And that label activates pre-listening expectation formation. So the listener enters the musical experience already primed. And if the label says it is human, then attention resources will orient toward emotional expression. But if the label says it's AI, attention orient towards structural errors. So listeners search for what is wrong rather than engaging with what it is achieved. And active listening then proceeds within the prime frame, leading to a biased aesthetic evaluation, which in turn confirms the prior expectation. So the cycle is self-reinforcing. This is, in cognitive terms, a classical confirmation bias loop, operating specifically within the domain of musical aesthetics. So what does AI actually makes. So before I go further, I want to pause on the terminological issue. A lot of people, me as well, frequently speak of AI composing music, but that framing the word composing is wrong. It's imprecise in a way that matters. So a generative AI system processes large musical corpora and learns probabilities, relationship between musical parts and between the elements. So it does not analyze this, internalize the style as we humans, as we musicians do. And the output is, in essence, a sophisticated collage of prior human creativity. I call this the statistical collage model, and the AI is reading patterns in data. It does not understand how music works, and of course it cannot intend anything. It is not in any philosophical, meaningful sense composing. So distinction matters not merely for philosophical reasons, but also for legal and ethical ones, as we will see. So, for example, when we speak about Notagen, it is pre-trained on a lot of musical pieces, and it operates on the same large language model paradigm as well-known ChatGPT. So it's generating symbolic notation, conditioned on style and the prompts. So the output is what we have is performable sheet music. So technically very impressive, but it is not composed. So basically, a quick but important methodological distinction before we go to the study itself. There are two broad families of generative music AI, generative audio AI, and symbolic AI. So the first one, generative audio AI systems like Suno or Udio produces the actual sound waves, for example, MP3 file. It is impressive but difficult to edit. Most users do not have access to the editor. It is impossible for a human to perform it because there is no score. And then there is the second, symbolic AI, which is what we used here, Notagen. The system generates sheet music in ABC notation or in MIDI, and in that case, the musicians can actually perform the product. This is crucial for this study because it allows us to test the fundamental building blocks of compositions and not just the surface quality of a digital recording. And by using a live performance of Notagen's output alongside live performances of human-composed works, we ensure that any differences in perception cannot be attributed to recording artifacts or production quality. So the variable is composition source alone. So briefly about Notagen. The model was trained on 1.6 million classical pieces, fine-tuned on 9,000 scores. And, for example, you provide a prompt, say romantic style waltz for piano, and it generates period-appropriate sheet music conditioned on style and compositional parameters and the period. It captures structural, dynamics, dependencies, articulation, and the output is, by every surface measure, it's musically coherent. Which is precisely what makes it such a useful research instrument. It's good enough to fool people. And that is the point. And how the Notagen was trained? It was trained using large symbolic data sets of classical human composers, learning their specific stylistic DNA. But it is also important not to forget about the role of AI composition. So this kind of models designed not to replace the composer, but to serve as a creative assistant. And you might have a question, why then we need it? On one side, it's fast prototyping of musical ideas. It helps to create faster, and it can also be used as a tool for analyzing historical style through generation. At this point of presentation, I invite you to listen. You will hear two short examples. I'd ask you simply to pay attention of how the music makes you feel, whether you form any intuition about its origin. And the second one. So we will return to what you may have experienced, but in a moment. Yep. So let's talk about problem statement and objectives. So while you're thinking about what you heard, if the output sounds beautiful, you might feel like people will not care if it sounds nice, if it's AI. It sounds nice, it's good. But can professional musicians and audiences actually tell the difference based on structural hallmarks, or it is purely a psychological reaction to the label? With that context established, let me set out our 3 research questions and talk about expected outcomes. So the first research question is, can listeners distinguish between AI-generated and human-composed music? How do cognitive biases affect the perception of AI-generated music? And is there a significant difference between the judgments of musicians and non-musicians? And the hypotheses were as followed. So listeners will struggle to accurately identify the source of the music beyond chance, 50%. Listeners with formal musical training will perform significantly better than non-musicians, and perceived AI works will be attributed lower emotional depth, regardless of their actual origin. And I want to draw your attention to that last phrase in the expected outcome number 3, regardless of their actual origin. So we're not measuring whether the music is actually more or less emotional. We're measuring what listeners believe about it based on the label they see. And the methodology was designed in 3 phases. In the first phase, gathering materials, was used 10 compositions, 5 AI generated with Notagen and 5 human composed, all recorded and ensure the high fidelity playback. In the second phase, among 64 listeners, there were 2 groups, so trained musicians and non-musicians for comparative analysis, and the whole procedure, participants completed randomized audio trials. So for each piece, they were asked to identify the source, AI or human, and then complete a post-listening survey rating emotional depth and aesthetic quality. And critically, some trials included explicit source labels, and others did not. And that allowed us to isolate the specific effect of labeling on judgment. And when you think about the music you heard earlier, those 2 examples, perhaps you had a strong intuition, perhaps the question unsettled you, this unsettled feeling, the mild uncertainty about where the music came from, what's the origin, is precisely what our participant experienced. And it turns out their intuition was statistically unreliable. And let me show you why. So the headline finding that overall source discrimination accuracy was a little bit more than 42%, almost 43%. So to put that in context, if you simply guessed randomly for example, flipped a coin for each piece, you would expect to be right 50% of the time. And our participants performed below chance, and they were on average doing slightly worse than random guessing. And when we introduced the labels, so telling participants before they listened whether the piece was AI or human, the accuracy rose, but only marginally, to 51, almost half, so almost 52%, still barely above the chance. And perhaps most revealing, that listeners frequently made confident but incorrect choices. They were not uncertain and cautious, they were certain but wrong. And the patterns of systematic misattribution is a hallmark of perceptual bias, not perceptual failure. And now you might reasonably expect that trained musicians would do better. They have spent years developing precisely the kind of structural and harmonic sensitivity that might distinguish an AI statistical output from a human composer. But the data tells us a little bit more complicated story. So trained musicians achieved an average accuracy of 45, and non-musicians 40. So a 5 percentage point difference, which is not significant, and both figures remain below the 50% chance threshold. So as the data themselves suggests, specialized training offers only a marginal benefit in identifying AI-generated works. And symbolic music generation at this level of quality effectively bridges this gap in stylistic recognition. So what this implies in significant, the features that distinguish AI-generated symbolic music from human compositions are not reliably audible even to experts, or if they are present, they are not the features and trained listeners have learned to attend to. So talking about cognitive biases, the findings are, I think, the most intellectually significant part of the study. So one participant described it this way, and I think they captured something precise. Authentic music must carry an emotion. Music composed by humans can also be inauthentic, but the AI label fundamentally changes my interpretive approach. I listen for what it can do rather than what it achieves. So this is a remarkable statement in my opinion, and the label did not change what the person heard. It changed the way they listened for, what they listened for. It changed their entire frame of evaluation. And here, what is the label effect? Looks in operation. So knowing a piece is AI generated significantly lowers perceived aesthetic quality and emotional sincerity, regardless of the actual sound, and independent of the acoustic content itself. And this evidence for source attribution bias as a primary mechanism of aesthetic evaluation. And the value we attribute to music is not purely in the sound, it is substantially in our beliefs about what the sound came from, where the sound came from. So it is also important to talk about the live performance gap. So our experiment was based on the pre-recorded musical examples to isolate cognitive bias from the powerful visual charisma of a live performer. So while looking at the finding, it is important to understand that on a recorded track, it is difficult to distinguish AI from human composition because, for example, if you're sitting in a room, there is a live performer, you see the human performer, you see their physical effort and their personal interpretation of your music, their emotions, and also the risk of mistakes, and basically. Music sounds a little bit different when you see how it is when it is in the making. So what does these findings mean for the future? Now let's shift our focus to the exciting future of creativity itself, with AI acting as a brand new instrument, as a co-composer, as a tool. So we're seeing AI not as a replacement, as I said before, for human creativity, but as a powerful co-composer. So think of it as a sketching assistant or a spark of new ideas, making complex composition more accessible to everyone. Of course, this brings us to a new challenge. How do we define art when automation plays a role? And of course, on the creative dimension, expanding compositional access raises genuine question about artistic democratization. So if AI tools allow people without years of the training to produce sophisticated classical music, is that a democratization of an art form or a displacement of the professionals who built that tradition? So this is also not a question with an easy answer. And yeah, but it is one that the one that educators and musicians need to engage with seriously. And of course, the ethical dimensions are one that I want to name directly because it is often alleged in the conversation of AI system of this kind. So they are not natural tools and they consume significant resources. So basically they are trained on human work, so they do not create themselves, and these obligations cannot simply set aside because the output sounds appealing. But also remember that music has always evolved, and technology from the pipe organ, from the pipe organ to the piano, to synthesizer, and AI is simply the next step. And we don't judge the brush; we judge the painting. And that leads us directly into the validation of the outcomes. So the first hypothesis that identification accuracy was confirmed. So listeners struggled to distinguish source beyond chance, and overall accuracy, as I said, a little bit more than 42%, almost 43%, is below the 50% threshold. This was confirmed. Expertise advantage was partially supported. Musicians perform slightly better. So 45% versus 40%, but the advantage is marginal and still below the chance. And emotional depth bias was confirmed. Perceived AI works are attributed to lower emotional sincerity, and authenticity is tied to the human label. So the final synthesis, these findings collectively demonstrate the aesthetic value in music is not solely determined by acoustic properties. It is mediated by perceived source identity. So the human label operates as a cognitive heuristic that systematically inflates attributed emotional depth. So this raises questions not just for music aesthetics, but also for the AI ethics and copywriting law, which is important to talk about. So let me address these three dimensions: environmental costs, the legal landscape, and the socio-economic impact, because these are very important when talking about AI. So on the environmental dimension, by using AI, we pay a big, enormous environmental cost. So AI training models have a massive carbon footprint, sadly, and consuming a substantial amount of energy and water. So here the question comes to my mind: is the generation of art, of music worth ecological toll? So do we really need to pay that? Or maybe we should stop, but sadly it's already too late. The servers are huge, and the carbon footprint is also huge. On the legal dimension, AI functions as a generative tool requiring human to oversight. So who owns the copyright of piece generated by AI that was trained or copyrighted human composition without without the consent. So if the AI is an instrument, but here is the problem, like you cannot copyright something that was generated entirely without human creative input. So human still needs to work on the art piece. It still needs to be there. Just generated piece of music cannot be copyrighted. So the threshold of sufficient human authorship is currently being it's a hot topic in courts around the world. And moving to the socio-economic impact, so we can come to the conclusion that if audiences do not care about the source as long as it sounds nice, it creates an economic threat to living composers and performers, so potentially devaluating their work. I want to close with 3 questions. I'd like to leave it with you, not because I have the answers, I do not, but because I think they are the questions worth sitting with. How does the label of AI change your interpretive approach as a performer or listener? Are there specific hallmarks of AI composition, harmonic or structural, that we are looking for? And does the lack of human narrative diminish the aesthetic value of stylistical perfect work? So this study makes me to ask more and more questions. And of course, talking about the future horizons in terms of where this research will go next, and I believe it will. Optimization, so refining the experimental stimuli, controlling more carefully, maybe creating longer samples of music, because in the original study the samples were 30, 40, 50 seconds, so not more than a minute. So there are other questions. Maybe when person listens longer, the result will be different. But yeah, so I also plan to extend the methodology and come with some artistic outcomes. So to make an audio installation that can serve as a living archive of these perceptions, bridging the gap between data and artistic experience. So the full reference list is on the screen. I want to highlight in particular the works of Huron on musical expectations and Leda on aesthetic appreciation, and both of which provided amazing theoretical scaffolding for the cognitive model. And of course, Moffat and Kelly's study of biases against computational creativity and music offered interesting empirical work, so to think about the legal framing. And I want to close with something that I think the data and the philosophy both point toward. We are very good at believing that our aesthetic judgments are about the sound, about the music itself. But this research suggests that they are, at least in part, about the story we tell about the sound, so about who made it and why and with what intention and how. And this is not a weakness of listeners, it is deeply human response. We are meaning-making creatures. We want to create, we seek meaning in art, we want to express ourselves, and the question that AI compositions forces us to confront is, what kind of meaning do we require? So is the meaning in the music or the meaning in the musician? So I don't think that there is one answer. I don't think that the answer can be easy found for these questions, but I think it is one of the most important questions that we can ask right now. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. We'll open it up for questions. We have any questions? Many questions.
I have so many questions. Hi, my name is Evan Fine. I'm visiting Bled from the United States. Thank you for this wonderful presentation. It's absolutely fascinating. I've got loads of questions, but what I'd like to start with was you played 2 audio examples for us and suggested that one was AI generated and the other was human. Would you mind sharing if that's the case and which was which?
Okay, yes, of course. So I will go back to the slide. So the first one was AI generated. We will listen to it again. It's not really long. So this was made with Notagen. I remember I prompted that it should be in a romantic music period. And the second one is from Bela Bartok. Yes.
Thank you.
So first one was AI generated, and the second one was a Bela Bartok piece.
In the study, were the pieces presented side by side like this, or one at a time? And in either case, were the prompt that would have been used to generate the piece provided to the listener?
No, so thank you for your question. In the study, it was randomized. It was no side by side like on the screen. It was one page dedicated for one piece. And first it was the simple question, is this AI or not? It was the first part of the study. After that, for the not labeled part, after listening a questionnaire about the depth, about emotions, and when it was the labeled part, before the person was able to listen the sample, it was the sentence, like, for example, this piece is AI generated, even if it was not, so it was completely random, or this piece is human created. But it was also done to see if the label, if the origin, what the people think, where the music comes from, makes the difference.
I was curious also, the Bartok, I didn't recognize it offhand, but I sensed that it was Bartok or something Central European from early 20th century. In general, for the real pieces, the human-generated pieces, I should say, I guess they're all real, did you select obscure repertoire, and did the performer in the recordings know which was which when they were recording?
No, performer also did not, for this part, performer did not know which is which, but about the selection part, of course, I tried to go not for the popular, not for the well-known pieces, for something that people not usually listen. I mean, there is a percent that musicians, people who study in conservatoires, they will probably recognize one, but for average listeners who have no musical training, it was a good idea to take something that is not really that well known.
Thank you. One last sort of thought on the ethical questions of this, but it's sort of in a couple parts. I'm curious to know, was NoteGen trained on music only up to a certain point in time, public domain perhaps, or was there a sort of cutoff? And is there a plan to feed it more contemporary public domain music? To me, the question of does this sound nice is maybe, I don't, as a composer, feel very threatened by this right now, because if there's a model that's been fed only music up until, say, the 1940s or something, that's one thing. And also, I think in concert music right now, the virtue isn't centered on does this sound nice, but does this stimulate me in some other way intellectually, perhaps in addition to emotionally. So perhaps you could speak to, I know that's like a lot of things, but I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
Well, thank you for this interesting question. Yes. So from the documents that are open about NotaGen, they use public domains. They use music that is, that people can access. And as far as I know, they just starting to test the contemporary music generation, like songs. But if you go to their prototype page, you will be able, I think, only like generate accurately till the end of 20th century. Like, for example, yeah, like Gershwin will not go there, even though it's the 20th century, but it's more European classical music. It starts, you can find, you can try to prompt to make music like Bach or Ravel. And for example, for Haydn, for chamber music, you can also choose in which instrumentation you would like to have the score. I think I am myself a pianist, that's why for me it was also a reason to make the generated music only a piano solo and find for piano pieces, because I want to try myself to play it, to see how, just blind playing, if I can see that this is AI or not myself. This is also very interesting, because as a person who conducts the experiment, it's hard because I know the answers. But when we tried with my colleagues at the university, we also made interesting pieces generated for small quartet. So I think they will be feeding more contemporary music, but I am not sure if they actually plan to spend more time on this, because this now serves as a model that can create accurately classical music.
That was it. I thought maybe you had some questions.
Hi, Angelina. This is Cornelia. I followed the evolution of your presentations in EPF. Nice to hear you again. And congratulations for the crystal clear presentation. Everything is very professionally, methodologically accurate. And I also saw that you integrated our feedback from the 2 times that you did the experimental presentation. I'm a composer and an early music performer. And I have to say, this is more triggering for me as an early music performer than as a composer. And I would like just to mention 2 books that maybe you might find interesting. The first one is Bruce Haynes' The End of Early Music, where he says, it's a book from 2006, where he says that the future of early music will be period composing. So I'm happy that AI can do that instead. So I kind of have a problem with the fact that the Notagen has been fed mostly mainstream repertoire that is filling 80% of the concert programs nowadays. And I feel it's a bit cheating, because this is the easier music to fake, I think. If it was Gesualdo da Venosa style madrigals from 1590s, it would be more difficult probably. And also, I think on the contrary, it would be interesting to make the experiment with MIDIs instead of real performers. I don't know if you had done this at a certain point.
Yes, hi. Yes, it's very nice to hear about this whole thing from a different perspective. Yes.
I think it would be interesting to try with MIDI as well, the blind study, because the second book I wanted to mention is Bertolt Kuiken, The Score is Not the Music. So I think the performer adds a lot of emotion to the playing, and on the contrary, if we heard, of course, bigger sequences, because the composition touch is also in how you articulate a whole piece, if we heard like 2 minutes long sequences of MIDIs, I think the results would be less predictable. But that's, of course, that's just my guess.
Yeah, I agree. That's pretty interesting, yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Comment. And you actually preemptively answered one of my questions, which was going to be: do the listeners hear the full piece of music, or are they sort of dropped in the middle, just like that? In the instance you gave us the first piece, which sounded sort of like Liebestrom, and it was going through a somewhat suspicious sequence of harmonic evolutions, which I thought, you know, it would be feasible if it was the sort of developmental section of a piece, but likewise the second one was maybe a little bit more expository, but I'd be curious to, I want to check out this note-gen thing now because I'm curious to see how it exposes material and if it develops form and sort of feasible developmental processes along the way. That I think would be really fascinating and would be probably very telling for the trained musicians who would be able to discern larger form throughout the course of a 3 to 5 minute work in a way that a 30 to 60 second excerpt wouldn't necessarily reveal. Lots of food for thought, and it's also congratulations. It's a wonderful presentation.
Thank you. You have a very good musical ear. Yes, the first one, I remember this one in particular. When I was generating it, I was prompting to make it like Liszt's music. So probably the algorithm made like it went through a lot of notation and realized that this is the pattern that is very good suitable for Liszt music. And when the music was generated, it was not only like 30 seconds. It was, of course, generated from the first bar till the end. Normally, Notagen, I think, generates like 1 minute minimum. So, yeah, I think you will find it very interesting to play with it.
Any other questions, remarks? Yes.
Just wanted to mention two evolutions of AI that happened between your first presentation and nowadays. One of them was that Gemini added create a song prompt. And I just went in and I created a Argentine style cumbia, which is kind of like trash music. And I showed it to my husband, who's Argentinian, and he couldn't see it was AI. So I think some musics are worth to be created by non-humans. And another thing is, I don't know if you know about the platform Rent a Human, where AI agents pay humans to do stuff that they, as disembodied entities, cannot do. So imagine a future where AI agents compose music and pay performers to play the music. At least musicians would get paid, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for your comment. Yeah.
And any final remarks from you?
From me?
Yes, from you.
Yeah, I would like to say that even though I studied digitalization, musicology, and I also teach piano, and I try to embrace AI. I try to use it, but also fair use, not overdoing it. I want to say that we are at this point where we should not try to avoid it and not try to ignore. Yes, it makes it raises a lot of questions about ethics, about the ecology, but we are at this point where we just can't ignore it, and all I can say is that we need to learn how to live with it side by side. So in art, it is, from my perspective, it is important to have the emotions. I play, for example, when I feel sad, or I want to play when I feel very happy, and I know that machine can now, I think never, but now it cannot replace this human creative pattern, this human creativity. So what we can do is live with it side by side and not overusing it.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your effort. Yeah, and take care.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for your attention and have a great evening.
Likewise.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye.